This is the Resident Evil 4 Remake, and today I'm going to be doing a playthrough to get an S plus rank on assisted mode. Now what that means is I have to complete assisted mode from a new game, not a new game plus, but a brand new game, in under 4 hours. Quite a challenge, and I've never actually done it before. But we're going to do it together today, and if we accomplish that feat, we will unlock the Wolf Tail, which will give us a bonus on all melee attacks going forward if you equip that item, which is pretty awesome. And you should also unlock the Sprinter achievement for beating the game that quickly. That suddenly got loud. Alright, anyway. So again, we're going to play through, we're going to get an S plus on assisted, and I'm not going to be using any bonus weapons on this playthrough, so no Chicago Sweeper, no hand cannon, not even the Primal Knife. It's going to be a real, as far as the weapons go, a real new game playthrough to show that, you know, anyone can do this. I am, however, going to be using a couple of special equipable items, which I've earned from other playthroughs. I'm going to be using the sunglasses for both Leon and Ashley, because those sunglasses will make it so that when I use a stun grenade, I won't be stunned, just the enemies. It'll give me that little bit of an advantage there, save some time. And the other item I'm going to be using, bonus item, probably a little bit controversial, but I am going to be using the suit of armor for Ashley, which will make it so that she can't be damaged and the enemies can't carry her off. Now, you might say to yourself, why are you using that? You know, what if I don't have it and can't replicate that? Well, the reason is because I just unlocked that suit of armor for the first time ever. I've never used it, and I kind of want to just have fun, so I'm going to use it, and we're going to see how it goes. This is also the very first walkthrough of any kind that I've ever recorded, so bear with me. I'm no expert, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna see how it goes. So again, here's those sunglasses, very nice. Make sure you equip them for Ashley as well, and the armor. Right there, lovely. And an important piece of advice before we start, if you're going to beat this game in under 4 hours, if anything happens and you have to reload your game or continue, don't do it from the game itself. Exit out to the main menu and load from there, because otherwise the internal timer will keep going, and it's going to make it that much harder for you to beat the game in under 4 hours. So, I think that about covers it. We might as well get ready to go. And just as a heads up, I am going to be skipping all the cutscenes. So if you're looking for a storyline walkthrough, this is not going to be it. I don't know if those cutscenes count or if the timer stops, but why take chances? By the way, I'm about to crack open my energy drink. Oh yeah. Power of Kiwi Blend. Alright, and just like that, we have begun. So I have gone through this game a few times now. It's been out for like a year. I'm really late to the party with this walkthrough. But hey, better late than never. So we're just going to kind of run through, duck under here, and approach this charming cabin, where surely nothing wrong will happen. I am skipping the cutscenes, but I guess I could try and give you a little running commentary on the story. So this is Leon S. Kennedy, you know that. He survived the Raccoon City incident, and now, 6 years later, he's going to a rural part of Europe in search of the missing daughter of the president. So, that's quite a career move. Alright, skip that encounter, I got the key. By the way, if you hear a fan in the background, that's my computer. I'm playing this on a laptop, and it's screaming. Its fan is screaming in pain. So I apologize if you hear that noise. Into the dank and creepy basement. Skipping cutscenes all over the place. There is going to be a dude coming down the stairs. We're going to try to avoid him if we can. Hang on one sec, my wife has opened the door. Hang on one second. What? Yes, you can bother me.
Actually, and I heard going to the store.
You going to the store?
Yeah.
All right. Get me an energy drink. Get me a Chunky Monkey Ben and Jerry's. I love you. Okay. Sorry for that interruption, folks. My wife's asking me the important questions of what she can get me from her convenience store run. But that is a walkthrough for another time. We're going to head for the lake. It's actually going to take us a very long time to get there. This is a gorgeous game, folks. An incredible remake. They didn't include every single thing from the original, though from what I understand, a lot of what they didn't include, they did include in the Separate Ways DLC, which I think is great. And I haven't played that DLC yet. But even without it, and even with them perhaps excluding a few things from the remake, it feels very complete. It feels like the things that they added balanced out the things that they might have taken away, whereas in previous remakes, Resident Evil 3, it felt like they cut out a lot more than they added, to the point that that almost didn't really feel like a remake of Resident Evil 3 as much as a condensed reimagining. I don't really need my remakes to be one-for-one retellings of the original story. I like it when they reimagine things, but it has to feel like you're still getting the same amount of content or more than the original. And I feel they did that great here. They did it great with the Resident Evil 1 and 2 remakes, in my opinion. I just stepped in a trap. Wonderful. But the Resident Evil 3 remake, it was a little lacking in the content department. That said, I loved it. I probably played that one more than any of the other recent remakes. So, going through the door, watch for falling heads. And we're about to get to the first real encounter here. I'm terrified, by the way, that my microphone is going to stop recording and I'm going to, like, find out when this is all said and done that none of this audio is usable. As we hear that person screaming in agony, I'm going to sneak around the back, gather a few things before the party gets started here. Unfortunately, I can't take as much time as I might like to gather items because we are on a time limit. But I'll grab a few things. Love kicking over barrels. Alright, we're going to go out the window. Try and stab this person here if we can. Oh, yeah, I just messed that up. We're off to a great start, folks. Great start. I never professed to be an expert at this game. I'm certainly no speedrunner. But if I can get it done in 4 hours or less, I'll be happy. Like I said before, this is the very first video game walkthrough I've ever done. I usually do unboxing videos and reviews, but my wife and I got kicked out of our apartment, so we're kind of between living situations right now. I don't have my usual filming gear, so I had to come up with something different if I wanted to keep making content, and I do because I like being creative. I like, you know, making content and sharing it. So, trying something very new here with a video game walkthrough. Let me know how I'm doing. If I'm doing terrible at this, let me know what I can improve, and maybe I'll make some more and do better. And who knows, maybe you folks will actually like this kind of content, and I'll do a lot more of it, you know? We'll see. I got a lot to learn. As I shoot him in the face. As I shoot her in the head. It's funny, this strategy I'm using right here where I kind of hang out on the side of this building and just pick these guys off. I used this same strategy in the original Resident Evil 4, so I'm really glad that they kept it in this version of the game. Alright. Throwing a grenade because there's a chainsaw dude over there. I think it's Dr. Salvatore, if I'm not mistaken. Getting that shotgun ready to go, because I'm sure the grenade did not take him out. Boom. They did great stuff with the soundtrack of this remake. And one of the coolest things is you can, as I think DLC or a bonus, you can like choose to use the original soundtrack. which is awesome because Resident Evil 4 also had an awesome soundtrack back in 2005. But if you're just playing the game for the first time here, I recommend using the remake soundtrack to get the fully re-envisioned vision. Okay, so my plan is totally messed up here. I'm doing terribly. I'm running. Coming up here. See what I can get. And great. Right through. Wonderful. At least there wasn't a million people waiting for me down there. Like I said, folks, I'm no expert at this game, or any game. I'm just a normal person flailing around in the world of survival horror. But hey, if I can do it, and I can get that S+, so can you. Boom. Nice melee kick, and again, if we get that wolf tail, all my melee attacks in future playthroughs will be much more powerful. Okay. Once again, I'm doing terribly, but that's okay. Man, now the challenge is finding out how to be entertaining while I play this. Well, I can talk to you about my audio setup. I don't know if my audio quality is any good right now. And I guess I won't know until this is all said and done. I usually have a nice, like, semi-sound treated room that I used to record in, but I don't have that anymore, so I'm recording in a borrowed bedroom at a family member's house with no sound treatment. You know, I've got a loud computer fan running because the Microsoft Surface 3 that I used to use for doing all my voiceover recordings, it was great. It had no fan. It was silent. But when I went to, you know, disconnect it when I was moving, I found out that, you know, after 9 years or so of ownership, the battery had pretty much swollen to the point that the screen popped off. So that was not a fun revelation, and I got to figure out if that can be fixed, or if I should just buy a new one. Do the new ones come with no fan? I don't know. I don't know. I'm a hack. But right now I'm not too worried about having pristine sound quality. I just want to get back into the swing of things with making content. I've been out of the game for a little while. I'm sorry, folks. I feel that... Ooh, there goes the bell. Alright. I felt that process took longer than it should have. Alright, they're all going to bingo. I'm going to skip these calls with Hunnigan. And it's going to be a balancing act between, you know, exploring for items and just staying on the move. Because, again, we've only got 4 hours to complete this thing. Luckily, on assisted mode, it's a little bit easier. You know, I think your ammo does more damage to the enemies. I think you take less damage. I think you actually regain a little health to a certain degree, and you probably find more ammo and stuff, and maybe weapons are cheaper when you go to sell them. Cheaper upgrades, maybe. I don't know. I don't think I've played through the game on professional mode yet, so the wolf tail will certainly help when I eventually try to do that. So in the original Resident Evil 4, this section here is where you first encounter the blue medallions, which you can shoot down to... There's one right there. You could trade them in to get the Punisher handgun. But I'm not going to be worrying about those blue medallions here. I'm probably going to be going pretty light on the side questy stuff, just because I'm trying to keep my time to a minimum. There is a way you can, like, shoot through that window and unlock the door, but I've never been very good at it, so I'm not going to test that here. I'm just going to try and... will I? No. Man, I'm wasting so much time. I assure you I will do this. I will get that S+. I'm playing this on my laptop, as I mentioned before. I have not played this game on a console yet. but I'm sure it runs really well. And I'm using a controller. I'm using an Xbox controller right now, because normally when I'm on a computer, I would prefer to use the keyboard and mouse, but that's when I'm at my desktop. My desktop computer is currently in a storage unit somewhere, so I'm on the laptop, and it's just too cramped for me to use keyboard and mouse with the laptop. So Xbox controller it is, and it does have a little stick drift, so every now and then, like, if I go to an inventory or something, you know, you might see it scroll upward, and that's just because my sticks are a little messed up. Anyway. Man, am I really going to be able to talk throughout this entire walkthrough? How do people do it? Should I, like, edit out chunks of it later just to keep things, like, somewhat condensed? I don't know. So the brute has burst through the door, the cow-headed, angry individual who wants my death. We will not be indulging him. We're going to run away, collecting goodies while we go. Coming back here, we're going to throw the cog in the wall. And pull the lever. Opening the gate so that I can escape. I always feel like it's a frantic run going through that gate and trying to get to the next section because the brute... Oop, oh. You guys might as well tune into some other streamer. This is terrible. We'll do it. We will do it. Gonna make a yellow, green, red herb, which will not only fill my health completely, but it'll give me a little more health in the long run, as you can see. Going across the bridge. I'm gonna hook it around the side and try and get out of here. Do you stop for the barrels, or you just keep moving? I'm going to try and do it. We're going to push this thing. Oh boy, I can see the evil ones coming. And we're just going to keep running. Running, running, running. I'm going to try and go down this little path on the side here before the rock wall explodes, blocking the path. Like that. Man, I'll tell you, I'm not even 20 minutes into this thing, and I've got a lot of respect for people who stream all the time because, you know, how do you stay entertaining while you're doing it? How much focus do you give to the game? How much focus do you give to other random BS to chat about? Learning experience here, folks. Let me know in the comments how I'm doing and what I could do better. Should I stay on topic more? Does my sound quality sound horrible? I hope not. Boy. Just running through. I usually take this area very slow, not today. Just me, I'm just weaving in and out. Shoot off this lock. Or I'll hack off the lock going through the door. Don't have that key. Wonderful. I'm going to disable this tripwire trap once I grab these bullets. There that goes. And we're coming up to the end of the first chapter, I guess. I know in the original game there were like sub-chapters. I think they're just chapters in this one. Take this dude out. I'm going to go down here, and we're going to rescue Luis Serra from the bag that he has been imprisoned in. And he will help us along our way. You won't get to really appreciate his role because I'm skipping all the cutscenes, but they did really expand on his character in the remake, and I think he's undeniably vastly improved this time around than he was in the original. So I'm not saving here, but I am going to be saving from time to time. And if I find myself in a rut, I'm not afraid to, you know, to exit out to the main menu and to load my game. I'm not going for a flawless run here, as you can see by how terribly I've been doing thus far. And there'll probably be times where I might have to go through a certain section like a million times to get it just right, where it doesn't take me super long. So I might cut out some of the repetitious moments from this playthrough just to make it a little bit more watchable. But I'm going to do my best to keep it a pretty honest playthrough, though. I said I'm not going to be using any bonus weapons, and that is true, but I will buy the occasional rocket launcher from the merchant to help me get through a couple tricky areas a little bit quicker. And those are available to anyone on a new game. It's not like you have to unlock them or anything. You just have to have the money. And luckily, in assisted mode, they're a lot cheaper. So we're in the one stealthy area of the game where you only have a knife. Take this guy out. Boom. Dead. They've vastly improved the knife mechanics in this game. You could do like parries and all kinds of stuff, different kinds of stabs and slashes. I'm not really going to be parrying. I'm just going to absorb all the damage as I plow along. We got to get back before this door closes, which is much more forgiving in assisted mode. I just went through hardcore mode earlier, and that was a challenge, let me tell you. Alright, so now we're going to meet the merchant for the first time. Another character who's been greatly expanded in the remake. And I'll tell you, one of the most fun parts of Resident Evil 4 for me, whether it's the original or the remake, is just upgrading my gear. You know, buying guns, choosing what gun is the right gun that I want to keep. You know, choosing what guns to upgrade and what parts of those guns to upgrade. I love it. I'm not going to worry too much about, you know, making treasures and stuff just because I'm trying to save time. But you'll see a little bit of that in this run because it is going to be imperative that we have the money to upgrade our gear. My plan is to use the starting handgun, upgrading my box. I'm going to use the starting handgun for as long as I can until I can get the free red 9 in the lake, which is much more powerful. And then I'm going to be using that thing, and I should really tear through the game at that point. Pleasant travels to you too. So this next part, you know, coming up, the valley, I guess it's called, that's a very tricky part. And I'm going to, in this run, I'm not going to be going for finesse. I'm going to be wildly running through it as fast as I possibly can to try and just get through. I'm just going to try and get through as fast as humanly possible here. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Ignore as many enemies as I can unless I absolutely have to take them down. Boom. Kick in the face. No one likes that dude. Boom. Kick in the face. No one likes him either. Again, we're going for that wolf tail, and that's going to make all of these melee moves much more powerful. In theory, which should make my professional run eventually a little bit easier. Alright, we're going to turn this to start opening that door. But we're not going to be able to leave right away because there's an item I got to grab. Try and kick these both if I can. Good, took them both down. 2 for 1. Stab her in the head. Not bad, not bad. Hopefully I don't get, like, cornered down here when I go for this, this item that you have to put in the door in order to get to the next area. I hear someone with dynamite. Again, occasionally stopping to grab some items, but not going out of my way to do it. I'm not even sure what my time is at right now. I'll probably have to check that soon. And there's the item we need. The hexagonal emblem. Wonderful. Grabbing goodies. And now we can just get out of this section. No sense in hanging out. Too fast for you, buddy. Boom. Alright, and I'm through that area pretty quickly. Alright, I think I did relatively well there. Happy with that. And now we're going to use that hexagonal thing and get to the next area. And we're going to see how poorly I do at puzzles in this game. Mm-hmm. Nope. Nope. No. By the way, I'm just totally guessing right now. I probably should have had these puzzles written down before I came today. So I take another sip of my kiwi energy drink. Let's see, is my audio still recording? Yes, it's still recording. As I stab that dude. I have a feeling I'm going to take every bit of this 4 hours to do this run. So, grab a coffee or a tea or a kiwi energy drink and settle in. This is also going to be the longest video I've ever uploaded to YouTube. Okay, so there's a chainsaw dude up here that we're going to have to be careful with. And my technique is I run past him, I duck under this trip line, and hopefully he'll run right into it and detonate. And that should take care of him. Oh, great. Oh, it did not take care of him. It did not take care of him. Run, 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 Leon. Run, run, run. Inside. Yeah, that did not go well. That guy he's totally still out there. Hopefully he doesn't get in here. Make some shotgun shells just in case he does. Don't like that music. Makes me feel unsafe. Anyway, there's a little puzzle over here. You gotta turn the dial. I think we got the harvest. We got some cow thing and a baby. Nope, that's not right. Well, let me try something else. Good. Harvest pig baby. And that gives us the crystal ball thing. This dude just finished in the bathroom, so he's coming out. We're going to take him down. Oh my gosh. I miss my keyboard and mouse. Leon's got his shades on, looking cool. Now we're going to head upstairs and we're going to use this... Actually, let me see what we got here. Alright, ruby. We're going to use that crystal orb thing to get in the door. Starting the theme where the solution to most puzzles, when in doubt in this remake, the solution to most puzzles is the Las Plagas symbol. Just like that. I don't need to do that right now. What? Okay, I must have hit the button. Waste of time. Great. Got some handgun ammo. And we're about to end this chapter. And see Mendez. Let's see here. Chapter end. Still not saving. But I will, believe me. I'm not a maniac. right, it looks like it's a little later in the day, judging by the sunlight. I always liked that in the original Resident Evil 4 and in the remake. All right, here you see all the save games I have. Save it right here. In the original Resident Evil 4, as well as the remake, the game starts like pretty much in the daytime. This one, it's kind of like right at dawn. But I like that. And of course, it becomes nighttime as the game goes on. Well, by the way, here's our wolf friend, that dog. Gonna let him go. He's going to help us out later. I remember the uproar. Everyone thought that dog was going to be dead in this remake due to some misleading promo material before the game came out, but I'm happy to say that dog is alive and well. We're going to duck into this little cabin, grab some stuff, and then we're going to be back in town. This next part can be a little tricky because there's like a spotter on the ridge you're going to see. And by the way, we are at just under a half hour, so we got plenty of time. There's a spotter on the ridge. Normally I would, if I had more firepower, I'd try to take him down because he's going to summon these mutant dogs. That dude right up there. He's going to summon these dogs that are going to try and kill me. I think you just heard one of them howl. And if you take him down ahead of time, the dogs will never show up in this section, which is great. But I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to try and just avoid the dogs. So I'm going to try and shoot this lock off from a distance. So that when that happens, and the dogs come out, I can just run right in here. Well, I think that was pretty well done. I'm going to trip the trip line, and we're going to go out the back. As I was saying, the original Resident Evil 4, as well as this remake, starts in daytime. And it gradually... Hello? Ugh. It gradually becomes night as the game progresses. But this is like one of the first games I can remember playing, a horror game where they weren't afraid to set a scary game in the light of day. And they proved that it could still be intense and scary. So I always thought that was cool. And they took that even farther with Resident Evil 5. That game was really bright at points. There's going to be a snake in here. I'm going to slash the crap out of that snake. I'm going to eat it, because you can get some health back in the video game by using the snakes. Doesn't work that way in real life. In real life, just stay away from snakes. They're dangerous. Do not go near snakes. Grabbing some items. It's a giant skull over there. Don't be concerned about that. That's not foreshadowing anything. And the merchant out here. He has some new goods that might interest us, but we're going to ignore that and just keep moving, and we're going to get to another area. Well, are we? No. Do a little upkeep. Repair that knife. Sell some goodies. Plenty of time. Is there anything I need? Eventually, I'm going to need that flash grenade recipe. Yeah, I'll grab it now. By the way, if anyone's interested, as we are still just under a half hour, I'm recording with an Electro Voice RE20 microphone. I'm using a windscreen on it, not a pop filter. I've got it on a boom arm attached to a little coffee table that my laptop's on. And I'm recording using a brand new interface, which I've never used before this day. And that's the Focusrite Vocaster 2, which is like a podcasting interface. And normally this thing was like pretty expensive. I think it was, what, $250 maybe, give or take. But for the longest time earlier this year, it was on sale for like $99. And eventually I was like, you know what? I really just want to try it. So I got it. And guess what? So far, it's pretty awesome. So I took that guy down. I am going to slash these 2 graves here, because that will unlock a little bonus, some spinels we can get from the merchant. And that one didn't really cost us any extra time to do it. So anyway, yeah, recording into a Vocaster 2 from Focusrite. It was only $99. And so far I'm pretty impressed. And it's a pretty cool little device. And hopefully the audio it produces sounds good. We'll see. And who knows, maybe I'll actually try and get into a podcast one day. So we're coming down into the basement. And, it's filled with coffins like most basements. I'm going to come out here, going to unlock this door for later. And we're going to continue progressing toward the lake. And we're going to see if I can do another fine example of just running through an onslaught of enemies. Yeah, not doing too great. So if you watch any of my other YouTube videos, you'll see sometimes I have a little dog that appears, and that's my puppy. She is a dachshund, a sausage dog. She helps me sometimes to unbox things. Keeps me company. And it's funny because no matter how much work and how many hours I put into my unboxing and review videos, no matter how much work I put into those, it's always the simple little videos of my dog that get the most views. So maybe I'm in the wrong line of work. So out here, there's a bunch of crows, and we're going to try and throw a grenade at them to get some goodies. But we're going to have to be careful because there are mutant dogs to the left. Okay. I've murdered the murder of crows. There's dog 1. I'm not a good shot, folks. I never claimed to be one. Oh, dog 2. Boom, boom, boom. Farewell, yon doggo. My doggo is much cooler than these doggos. Alright, we're coming down here. We're going to find the merchant's little hideaway. Pretty cool little area. And we're going to see the first opportunity to visit the shooting range, but I'm not going to be doing that because I got to save some time. And might as well also save my game. But first, I'm going to cash in on that request for those gravestones. And if we go to the trade page with those spinels we earn from doing those quests, we can get some goodies. But not right now.
Give that the care it deserves. Come back anytime.
Save the game. Plenty of time. And you might have noticed I do have a charm on my item box. That was like a pre-order bonus, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a handgun charm. You get a chance to craft more handgun ammo, I think. Alright, so this section is another section that could take a long time, but I'm going to try and frantically just run through as quickly as I can to get the gas for the boat. Just going to run through quickly as I can. Fall through, actually.
God damn it.
Alright, I'm going to hide over here because there's a brute who's going to come down. And I'm going to see if we could stealth kill him so he doesn't absorb a ton of our ammo and risk hurting us. Mr. Cowhead. Boom, take that. Those brutes, I believe they're called brutes. They're a new addition to the remake of Resident Evil 4. They weren't in the original. I'm just going to try and run through as quick as I can. Without running into those explosive devices. And we're going to come in here. And hopefully not get totally trapped in here by all these folks running in after me. So I got the gas. And we're going to try and get out of here somehow. Boom. Take those both out. Sometimes it's okay to expend a shotgun round if you could take down more than one enemy. Instead of just conserving your heavy ammo. Oop. You missed me. You miss me again. So actually, we're doing pretty good with this section. We're making really quick work here. You just be lucky I don't have the wolf tail yet, guy. Alright, we got through that section pretty well. And now we're going to be facing off with Del Lago. Some think he's an alligator or a crocodile. Some think he's a salamander. But I'll tell you, I just went through hardcore mode. And on hardcore mode, the Del Lago fight is awful. It takes so long. Your boat has so little health. So I'm not looking forward to going and doing professional mode. That's going to be just tons of fun. I also previously, after like knocking my head against the wall over and over trying to get the in tune with the harpoon trophy by not missing once with the harpoon in this upcoming Del Lago fight, I eventually did get that, but it was like one of the hardest trophies I've gotten in this game yet. It took me so many tries. But this fight's a lot more forgiving in assisted mode, and if you're ever going to try and get that trophy in tune with the harpoon, definitely try it in assisted mode. Don't even waste your time trying to get it in the higher difficulties. So, it took me forever to learn that when he jumps out like that, you can just kind of lean away, like with the arrow key, and you know, get out of his way and not take the blast every time. And I think this is going to be the last time we see daylight in this game. After this section, we're going to be nighttime. Alright, so we're going to wait for him to show up. Try and line it up so that we can actually see the... Man, I'm doing terrible. Whatever. I'll get him this time. Boom. Take that, blue lizard face. And I wonder how much, like... Oh. Alright, he got me, but luckily, like I said, the boat has a lot more health in assisted mode. I wonder how much, like, space on my computer this audio file is going to take up. I really hope I don't run out of space for it, like, partway through. That would suck. If you look closely, you can see the castle in the background, which is the big area we're going to be going to next. Not just yet. There's still plenty of village first. There's the castle.
Where'd you go?
The castle is one of the few areas that I think was actually better in the original version. I felt you could really tell all the different time periods that different parts of the castle were like built in. Whereas in this version it kind of just blends, which is fine.
Tough son of a bitch.
And I'm doing terrible. But we are going to get that trophy. Or achievement or challenge or whatever the hell it's called. Alright, Lizard is dead. And the chapter is over. So in this next chapter, we're going to be introduced to a new enemy type that's going to be become a problem for us for the entire rest of the game. And that's these plagas, which are the parasites that have infected these villagers. But at this point, those parasites can actually burst out of the heads of the villagers, making the coveted headshot that we rely on so much in these zombie-esque survival horror games dangerous in and of itself because it can unleash these parasites. You're going to see that very, very momentarily. I've always wondered who lights all these candles in these Resident Evil games. There's no shortage of candles. Alright, here we go. Oh, that jolly fellow. Keep your distance, folks. That took a lot of ammo. Now, those parasite creatures, those are the main reason we stock up on flash grenades, because one flash grenade will instantly kill those exposed parasites. But whenever possible, you don't want to waste them on just one enemy. You kind of want to take out a group of them. By the way, folks, I figure 40 some odd minutes in, I've earned the right to say, if you're enjoying this content, or the sound of my voice, or my inept gameplay, or if you're getting any kind of value out of this experience, consider hitting the subscribe button and the like button, or leaving a comment, or joining me on social media, which I barely use because I'm old and tired and cranky. Let me know if you want to see more of these kind of videos of gameplay and walkthroughs and stuff. Or if I should just stick to unboxings and reviews. Or if I should just, you know, not quit my day job. Oh, man. What the... What am I doing? You know, I bet if I edited this video, I could actually make it look like I'm decent at this game, instead of looking like an idiot. But I'm going to let it all hang out, warts and all. So one part I hate about this section is trying to remember what symbols you have to select on the wheel coming up. Nice, got him in one shot. I can never seem to remember. So you're going to see these symbols like painted in yellow paint. which kind of give you a hint of what you're supposed to use in the upcoming wheel puzzle. You're going to see one right as I climb up this ladder here. See that yellow paint? I always thought that one kind of looked like an abstract version of like the Predator disc from the Predator movies. So that's kind of how I try to remember that one. Run away from that explosive device. There's another one there. Like an up and down squiggly thing. And there's another one back here somewhere. You know, I've heard a lot of people complain about the yellow paint that they, like, put on the walls and that they put on, like, destructible boxes and stuff in this game because they say that it's, you know, it's not realistic and it breaks the immersion. I had a funny real-life experience with yellow paint, and it gave me a new appreciation for it because when I was loading all the stuff from my... There's that other symbol. Maybe. When I was loading all my stuff from my apartment into my storage unit, I got lost in the storage facility. I had no idea where I was going. It was just a maze of all these corridors that looked exactly the same. But someone put yellow paint on one of the walls to indicate where the elevator was. And I was so thankful for that, because if they hadn't, I would still be wandering those halls today. So, sometimes a little yellow paint is helpful when you need to know where to go. Here I am bumbling around like an idiot trying to remember the combination. You know, I said that that one down there like reminded me of a Predator disc, but now I'm seeing like 3 of these that remind me of a Predator disc, so don't listen to me. Alright, let's take another look. Alright, we got up, down, squiggles. There we go. What is that? Oh, another Predator disc. I really have to come up with a better mnemonic. See if I can figure it out this time. This would be a great section to cut out of the video to save time. Will I do it? I don't know. Is anyone going to want to watch a 4-hour video of someone they've never heard of before bumbling their way through Resident Evil 4 Remake? Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Well, I'll leave it in because it proves that you can make mistakes like I'm making here and still beat the game in time. Oh, finally. Finally. Next time I do any kind of a speed run, I'm writing down the puzzles ahead of time. Not that this is really a speed run, but... So there's one more puzzle area in the lake, but luckily the second one is easier than the first one. And, as I mentioned earlier, there's a really important goodie in the lake. There's a free handgun on a boat. The Red 9. I think it's one of the most powerful handguns in the game when it's fully upgraded. I think it was more powerful in the original Resident Evil 4, but it's still great in this one. I'm not going to say it's the best handgun because a lot of people like the Blacktail. And in this playthrough, I've really come to appreciate the accuracy of the Punisher, especially with the laser sight. As I go the wrong way and have to turn around. But for a run where I'm trying to get through quickly, I'm going to put my... I'm just going to rely on as much firepower as I can get. So I'm going to be sticking with the Red 9. And I'm trying to hit all these barrels because they give you money. And there's the boat. The derelict craft. Not filled with facehuggers, but filled with guns and treasure. And the gun is up here. Look at that. The red 9. Which I'm going to have to make some room for. I've always liked the inventory system in Resident Evil 4, but I gotta be honest, I don't think it's as good in the remake as it was in the original. Like, in the original, I thought it was really easy to like, rearrange your stuff and reposition it, and it was kind of, like, enjoyable. In this one, they added, like, an auto-arrange button, and I just find I just keep hitting that, and kind of takes some of the fun out of it. Alright. Puzzle section number 2. No enemies in this section, which is good. But there still is yellow paint to memorize. So we got 3 snaky squiggles. We've got that thing. It looks kind of like a, I don't know, cavalry saber, maybe? And 3... Oh, and there's another predator disc. I'm not going to say predator disc anymore. I've said it too much. Let's see if I do this one any better than the first one. Booyah, first time. I didn't really need to take that hexagonal piece because I'm not going to be doing that puzzle. Hexagonal. By the way, if there's any other games you want to see me play, let me know. I think it might be fun to, like, stream a game I've never played before. Then the real ineptitude will show through. So, all this time I've been solo as Leon in the game, but very soon we're going to be meeting up with Ashley Graham, the president's daughter, who's going to then join us for the majority of the rest of the game. And she's been vastly overhauled in this version. You know, I feel she's more of a complete character this time around, even though I will always have a, you know, warm memories of, like, the OG version of these characters. But they definitely got the writing, like, really well done in this version. At the expense of some of the campiness, unfortunately. There's still a little campiness. Alright, so we're going to be coming up to our first real boss fight against the Il Gigante. Big giant dude. And I'm going to be very fortunate that I saved that dog earlier, because that dog is going to help my ass out in this combat coming up.
I have something I think welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. A deal well struck. Why a decent size? But size ain't everything, am I right? Thank you.
Selling the old handgun, not going to need that anymore.
Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death.
What do I want to upgrade? Repair the knife.
A deal well struck.
By the way, folks, feel free to let me know what I can do. Whoa. Whoa, excuse me. Feel free to let me know in the comments what I could do better on my next video game video.
This way, be ashamed to live the rest of your life wondering, what if? Am I right? Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
Nothing I want to trade for yet.
Can't buy.
Eventually, he will have a stock for the Red 9 I can trade for, and I'll definitely want to take that.
Hard times, mate.
Alright, gonna go out, gonna fight Il Gigante. And also, like, do you guys like it when I talk a lot during the video, or should I just, like, shut up and let the gameplay do the speaking for me? Look at that dude. Going after him with my handgun. Reloading it very slowly. I might want to upgrade that. Alright, there's his plaga. There's that dog, dramatically appearing with the lightning. It's that dog. Jumping up here like a action star and slashing the crap out of this thing. One thing I like about this remake is in the original, after this fight, that dog, who's running around somewhere, he kind of just vanishes, and you never see him again. And the same thing happens in this version, but in this version, they at least added like a little howl before you leave this area, so you know that dog is okay. And that's great. Good boy. I'd like to think Leon goes back and adopts that dog. And they retire together to a farm somewhere. I think I only got to do that one more time, and this battle should be done. I'd be much more accurate if I wasn't using a controller. But I'd also be much more accurate if I didn't just suck in general at this game. That should be it. Alright. Listen for the howl from that dog as I leave. Not a howl, but a bark. Well done, that dog. Still plenty of time. My Kiwi energy drink is good, but it's getting warm now. And it's losing some of its appeal. Alright, we opened up this gate earlier, but there's a bad dog in the way.
Oh, you're kidding me.
So watch me get hit and waste a bunch of ammo. That's how I roll.
Ashley Graham. I'm here to help.
Picked up some ammo for a gun I don't have and ain't going to be using, so wonderful. It's going to be a very handgun, shotgun-centric run, folks. More ammo I don't need. And here we go, another puzzle where the solution is the Los Illuminados emblem. This puzzle was so much easier in the original. You just gotta kind of line these up around that central Los Plagas, Los Illuminados emblem. Boom. Alright, and now we're going to get Ashley. There's a small key there, but I don't need it. Do need this herb.
Ashley, you in there?
And there's another chapter in the can. Oh, we're going to get to see Ashley in her armor, which I have not seen in the remake yet. It's my first playthrough with Armor Ashley. Should make things a lot easier.
All right.
Oh boy.
Get the hell out of here.
And she has her sunglasses on. Wonderful.
Get the ladder.
So this next section can be a little tricky if you don't have the armor, where you have to kind of run through the graveyard outside the church while being chased by a whole bunch of enemies. And you could be tactical about it and try and take them down, but right now I'm just gonna run through as fast as I can and leave them in the dust. Alright, out the window. Flash grenade, gonna come in handy. Another call, serving no greater purpose than to annoy me right now.
Like I said, it's dangerous.
Why do I still have that snake?
Stay close.
Okay.
Alright. I think I should be able to take this one out pretty easily. But after her, I think I'm just going to try and run right through.
They're coming. Get behind me.
Oh God! What is wrong with these people?
I'm doing good so far. So I haven't gotten hit at all yet, so in theory... Oh, whoops. So in theory, you know, you should be able to run through just like that even without having Ashley in the armor.
I have some new goods that might...
Not now, merchant.
Sorry, we need to keep moving.
We're about to get to one of the more challenging parts of this game, both the original and the remake. A section one of my friends long ago dubbed the House of a Thousand Corpses, where you're basically in a house under siege by endless waves of these ganados. And you have to just hold them off. That's coming up. I love all the atmosphere in this game. Alright, Ashley just got grabbed. Under normal circumstances, that would be a big deal, but right now she's got that armor on, so they can't even lift her up without slipping a disc. Alright. Take that. Ugh, get out of the way. It's funny, there's so many sections of this game that you could just run through if you want to. You know, when you try to go through it fast, you really start recognizing those.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. Thank you. Not bad. Anything, Mark? Wanna...
Let's put some gemstones on this thing and make it worth a little more money. I know there's better combinations you could do to make these things more valuable, but I'm on a schedule.
Thank you. Try that on for size.
Make that gun a little more powerful, since we're going to need it.
We're starting to get an idea of combat anytime.
Alright, and we're approaching the house. Man, this is a pain on the higher difficulty levels, let me tell you. Grab that same bundle of sticks to board up these windows. That same bundle of sticks that was in the RE2 remake. Because if there's one thing Capcom loves doing with their RE engine, it's reusing assets. Not that I'm complaining. Also, I'm recording this in a family member's house. And, you know, I'm like kind of locked away in a bedroom doing this. But there's other people in the house and they probably hear me talking. And they're deeply concerned for me because they have no idea what I'm doing in here. I wonder if my wife got me that chunky monkey. It's my favorite Ben & Jerry's, by the way. You know, if I ever get enough subscribers that I can add, like, that tip jar to my descriptions, maybe I'll start a chunky monkey fund. And you guys can keep me stocked up on my Ben & Jerry's of choice. What's your favorite Ben & Jerry's? Let me know in the comments. I like how they add the chanting in the background of this version. Whoa. And these guys die so easily on assisted mode, it's quite nice compared to hardcore. Ugh, hardcore. What's really going to be crazy is when I try to do my my run to unlock the hand cannon, you got to go through professional mode with no bonus weapons, I think. That's going to be dreadful. But I should be able to use that wolf tail I'm unlocking and the Ashley armor. Just no bonus weapons. Oh, my first suplex of the game. Never have too many suplexes. Ooh. Hit all three of those with one kick. Yeah, take this. Should I do this as like one continuous video of the entire game, or should I like break it up into sections? I don't know. Maybe I'll take a break when I get to the castle, because my voice is going away rapidly.
All right, this one's good.
Ooh. And also, I know a lot of streamers have like a webcam of some kind, and they have their like image down at the bottom of the screen, like, I don't know, maybe that's something I need to do. Maybe I'll just have like a dedicated camera feed of my dog snoozing. Alright, we're in the next stage of this fight up top. We'll know we're in the home stretch when the next brute shows up. Don't worry, folks. When I finish my kiwi energy drink, I have a iced coffee here. Which is probably warm because it's been sitting around. There he is. By the way, I guess GOG, Good Old Games, has finally released the original Resident Evil 1, like not the remake, but the OG version, on PC. So I'm super excited to go through that again. And they're eventually going to release Part 2 and Part 3, which should be awesome. Problem is I can't get them right now because I challenged myself in 2024 not to buy any new video games as I finish that chapter. No buy 2024. And that's A, to save money, obviously because I need a house, but B, just to challenge myself, and C, because I have such an enormous backlog of games anyway that there's really no need to buy any new ones. But there's so many I want to buy. January 1st is going to be quite a shopping spree. January 1st, 2025, when I can buy games again. I'm going to buy the Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 OG versions on GOG. I'm going to buy Horizon Dawn Forbidden West, Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm going to buy the Medium. I'm going to buy Returnal. I'm going to buy that glitchy as all hell Grand Theft Auto collection that came out a couple years ago. I'm going to buy the Separate Ways DLC for this game and try that out.
There you are, as you wished. Anything else I can help you with? Well,
Selling that ammo I don't need because I'm not using the TMP. And we're going to be coming up on another section that can be very tricky, but I'm going to try and just run through it as quick as I can. And that's this next section where we kind of have to go through like a corridor filled with enemies right here. An outdoor corridor. An outdoor-a-door. Alright. I love all these stealth kills they added. These were not in the original Resident Evil 4. Alright, now we're just going to try and plow through. He stepped in a trap. Die. Watch out for the traps, folks. Alright, not bad. That part can be very tricky. There's a dude in this little building here. There's also some supplies, but... do I want them? No. No need. I'd rather save time. So there's another tricky part coming up here with dual chainsaw-wielding ganados. Two of them. Steady. Another yellow herb, handy. Again, those will increase your health when you mix them up properly. Coming up is one of the few sections of this game where you can have Ashley, like, hide in a locker. Whereas in the original Resident Evil 4, you were sending her to the locker constantly, or having her hide in a dumpster. And then when you'd call her, she'd just, like, pop out of the dumpster like a groundhog.
Wait here.
What? Okay.
Thanks for understanding, Ashley. Alright. Section could be tricky. Confined space. 2 chainsaw ganados. So I'm going to set myself up a bit here. Can't do that. No flashbang. Oh well. Should be, what, a first aid over here? Yep. Alright, there they are. Here's a grenade. There's another grenade.
Here you go.
There's another grenade. Oh man, they just keep getting up. Oh boy. Get off me. Oh, alright, good. I didn't... Oh my gosh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, well this is a great example of quitting to the main menu to reload your game. Because if I was just to hit continue there, the time would keep going. And that's not good because we got to beat this game in under 4 hours. But if you come out to the main menu, it'll kind of reset the time to where, I think wherever your last save was. So, for educational purposes, I'm going to leave that fail that I just did here. But if I fail again, I'll cut it out, just to save a little time. All the way back to the start of this chapter, Velociraptor. Speaking of the start of this chapter, there's a cool song called The End of This Chapter by a band called Sonata Arctica. And if you like European speed metal, give them a listen. Oh, we gotta go through this whole thing again.
Got some rare things on sale, stranger. What you see is what I've got.
I'm not getting discouraged by the fact that I had to restart or reload there. You know, that's why it's important to save your game regularly.
Life needs care every once in a while. Could be the
And don't give up,
difference between life
because we are going to hit that S+. We're going to do it. Even if I have to restart a bunch of times.
Try that on for size.
By the way, you can find me at Unboxer of Worlds on Twitter or X. I'm also on TikTok, but I haven't posted anything in a million years. I'm on Threads, I'm on Instagram. Instagram is mostly filled with pictures of my puppy. She's a sausage dog. Best dog. Well, she's my best dog. I'm sure if you own a dog, that's your best dog. And it's great. There's no shortage of best dogs out there. Alright, we're going to run through this section again. It'd be really funny if that guy stepped in the trap again, because then that kind of indicates that maybe that happens every time. Oh, look at that. Alright, hopefully I can dodge getting hit this time. Alright, so Ashley got grabbed, but she's in the armor, so she'll be fine. Alright, so I jumped ahead a little bit just so you didn't have to watch me go through all that nonsense again.
Okay.
It'd be hilarious if I die again, though.
I am flattered.
Grenade. Grenade.
Present for you.
Grenade. So at least I got the two of them a little bit more separated this time. Oh. That was dicey. Gotta give myself a little distance here. So I think one of them's dead. So I got the crank. Oh, that one's still alive. I wonder if I could just run away. Or get hopelessly lost, like an idiot. That seems to be the one I'm going for, folks. Oh, there she is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Leon, get up. Get up. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. That was dicey. Slicey dicey. Way to get set on fire, Leon. Alright, the music got quiet. That indicates I probably took out all the enemies. I hear Ashley coming.
You hurt?
No, I'm okay. Yeah.
You did well back there.
What? So apparently the music lied to me.
Not bad.
Man, that would have sucked if I got killed by that normal enemy after all that. We are almost done with the village. It's a good idea to reload your enemies. Reload your enemies. No, reload your ammo when there's no enemies around, obviously. Like right now. You don't want to be surrounded by enemies and then have to slowly reload your weapon because you chose to only upgrade the firepower and not the reload speed. Alright, this part can be a little dicey. You gotta kind of run from Mendez and run through all these ganados, but hopefully with her armor, none of them will really... She won't really be in danger. You're gonna take out this barrel here. And you're gonna kind of just hang a left up here. Oh, no one grabbed her, so we didn't even need the armor.
Listen, you're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
Alright, we're coming up on the final obstacle of the village, which is the Mendez boss fight. Once that's done, we'll be leaving the village and moving to the castle, which is the second of 3 main areas of the game.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? A deal well struck.
And again, we've gotten this far using only the guns we found along the way, no bonus weapons.
Good luck to you, stranger. Dazzle,
There's my reload
are ya?
speed.
Our craftsmanship demands no less. A pleasant travels.
So when I knock him down, before I do the like the quick time event to stab him, I'm going to try and take a shot at him. Like right in his eye. Just add a little bit more damage before I do the quick time stab. Boom, there's the shot, there's the stab. Wow, that was loud. Alright, second stage of the fight. See how fast we got through that first stage? Oh my gosh, he telegraphed that so far in advance and I still got hit. Boom. I'm having a good time doing this walkthrough thing. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Oh, got hit again.
Running out of options, huh?
Oh. Stabby stab. I ran out of. I didn't have a lot of time there, so I didn't want to try and take the shot first. See, reloading at an inopportune time. At least he did. Nope, he did hit me. Okay, let's see if I can hit one of these. Oh my. There we go. His eye is just kind of a bonus item here that you could sell. It's not a key item like it was in the original. There was this whole cool like gondola section where you were riding these gondolas and you had to shoot enemies. And that version's not in the remake. It might be in the Separate Ways DLC, but I don't know. I haven't played through it yet. That would be a nice section to see make a return. And that's it, folks. We just completed the village, the first big area of the Resident Evil 4 remake. We're now moving into the second area, the castle, where new challenges await. Alrighty, look at that. Hour 22, we're doing good.
Luis just said.
I got it.
I always like this little courtyard here because there's some items you could find, there's a merchant, you could kind of, and he has like new cool stuff you could buy. So you could kind of reward yourself for surviving the village, and also, you know, get yourself ready for the challenging sections of the castle that are coming up.
Welcome. I got something new.
Do I want to change anything? Do I want to change my loadout?
If you want a fighting chance out there, you see how that feels, mate.
And as the game progresses, you can upgrade these weapons more and more. Just because you only see 3 slots now doesn't mean there won't be more later.
Our craftsmanship demands no less.
So I think I'm going to largely just stick with what I have here.
Anything pleasant travels.
So, I am going to be employing the first skip, I guess you would say. There's certain sections built into the Resident Evil 4 Remake where the developer included these little shortcuts. It's not really cheating because I'm pretty sure they're in there by design. Well, look at this dude first. Well, that big dude. Boom. Go to bed. But the developers included these little shortcuts where you can kind of skip over whole areas. And again, I don't consider it cheating because anyone can do it. It's there by design. You just got to know what to look out for. And the first one, and there's many. I'm not going to go through all of them because I don't know all of them, and some of them I'm not good enough to pull off. But the first one is coming up once I get through these guys. Does Morte mean die? Muerte. This section here would be a lot easier if I had a sniper rifle. This is going to eat up a lot of time. Yeah, maybe I could just plow through. Maybe I'll just plow through. I like that they added female cultists to the castle. They weren't here originally. Alright, here's the skip I was telling you about. If you look through the window, you're going to see like a weight. And if you shoot the weight that's hanging down, you'll release the cannon early. Normally, you have to run around being assaulted by cannons and enemies, and you have to like you have to go down there and shoot the weight and kind of come back around. But if you know what to look for ahead of time, you can do what I just did, shoot the weight through the window, release the cannon early, and save yourself a lot of grief in this section here.
I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome.
By the way, I love the new music they wrote for this section here. It's probably my favorite like piece of new music in the remake. This looks like a job for the shotgun. And the handgun. This background music, like, it kind of reminds me of the background music that, like, plays at some of the local haunted houses that I go to on Halloween, where they have, like, creepy background music pumped through. Alright, so the cannon's already up. No rigmarole. I'm just going to shoot the door. Well, let's see. Where is the door? Let me make sure that guy doesn't mess with me. There's the door. Boom. Save some time. You can also blast all these dudes with the cannon. That's a lot of fun, but oh my gosh. I just want to save some time. Run through, get through. Alright, so we're going to come through into the castle proper. There's going to be another merchant, and then we're going to meet Salazar for the first time. In the original Resident Evil, Leon and Salazar have some of the best back and forth banter. It's so cheesy. And they got rid of a lot of that in this version, unfortunately. They went for a slightly more serious take. If you haven't played the original Resident Evil 4, do yourself a favor and definitely check it out. There's an absolutely incredible fan-made remaster for the PC version. I think it's RE4HD.com, you can find it, but I'm so impressed by what those fans did with that remaster of the original Resident Evil 4. They totally breathed new life into it. I think they even, like, traveled to the locations that Capcom went to originally and found the original locations that Capcom photographed to get their textures. And they re-photographed them in high definition for their remaster project. Really fantastic. All right. I love the mist on the floor here.
No luck.
So, we're going to be coming up on the first Garrador of this game. One of the iconic enemies of Resident Evil 4. It's a blind dude with, like, massive claws that tracks you by sound. And I just learned that there's a way you can skip the whole fight.
Thanks.
And it's not a cheat. It's completely doable with the existing mechanics of the game. And I've never tried this skip before. I didn't even know it existed, but I'm going to try it this time. And we're going to see if I can skip that Garrador fight to save some time. Because I'm just under an hour and a half, so I'm doing good. But why press my luck?
Looks like we can continue on this way.
In order to do this skip, you're going to need to have a flash grenade. And I think this will be the first flash grenade I've actually used in this playthrough so far. Basically, what's going to happen is I'm going to run from the Garrador, and just as he starts to chase me down the hall, I'm going to throw the flash grenade, and it's going to kind of stun him, which is funny, since he's blind. Why would a flash grenade stun him? But I think it's the sound. It's going to cause him to, I think, pause and just start slashing wildly. And it should give me... Look at that dude. And it should give me just enough time to open the door with the crank without having to actually fight him. So we're going to find out. He's loose. Alright, I'm getting ready. I got the flash grenade. I'm just guessing. Boom. Never done this before. Will it work? Oh, will it work? It worked. I didn't have to do the fight. I threw the flashbang, and I just ran. I guarantee you Resident Evil future titles are going to put these skips in there because they become such a kind of a well-known and beloved part of how this game was built. Is my sound a little off sync? Maybe. I don't know if that's just on my end. If it is, I apologize. I'll try and figure it out. So we're going to try and shoot the symbols that were on that central thingamajig right there. And then we're going to pull the thing, and it's going to open. We're going to get this gnarly, bloody sword. And we're going to have a brief little classic old-school Resident Evil puzzle, where you're going to put the appropriate sword in the appropriate image. So that one's stabbing a dude. We're going to use the bloody sword. This one's kind of a cemetery, so we're going to put the rusty sword on the grave. This one's just kind of him chilling, so we're going to put the normal sword there. And then when he's knighted, ceremonial, let's put the gold sword. Watch out for the snaky snake. Back out in the main hall. It's time for some chandelier hopping fun. And more matching up of symbols.
Don't even think about trying this yourself.
Me? As if. Come on, are you kidding me? Jumping across chandeliers, seriously, who does that?
What are you, my mother?
And very soon we're going to be coming up on one of the most challenging rooms in the whole game, which is the water room, the infamous water room from the original RE4, where you have to, you know, just defend Ashley from all these Ganados while, you know, lowering the stairs to the next level, and then you're sniping at enemies. It can potentially be a real pain, but I think of all the places where having the armor suit for Ashley is going to help, this is probably the #1 place it's going to help. Still doable, especially on assisted mode, but I'm going to take all the help I can get. But first, I'm going to come back and I'm going to save my game, just in case, because I really don't want to have to redo all that in case I mess something up. Don't mind the little jump you might have seen just there. I just saved my game and reloaded. I'm trying to figure out this little audio sync issue. Will the door be in sync? Let's see. Seem pretty in sync. All right, so we're going into the water room. An iconic part of both the original and the remake. Make some flash grenades.
Be careful.
For the second half of this room, having a sniper rifle can definitely be a big help.
Hey, they're here.
But I'm going to try and do it without. So again, a lot of the strategy anytime you're going for a speed-based run of any kind is not necessarily to kill the enemies, but to knock them down, get them out of your way, or to just avoid them and run. Again, Ashley just got grabbed. If she didn't have that armor suit, this would be a problem because they'd be carrying her towards the door. And I would have to find some way to race back and get them away from her before they get her through the door, and then it's game over. So again, this is where that armor suit comes in handy. And if you don't have the armor suit, this is still very doable. You just gotta maybe slow down a little bit and make sure that you are near Ashley and don't let too much space open up between the two of you. And if any enemy gets close to her, you know, shoot them. But do it carefully so you don't accidentally shoot her. That's another pro of having the armor, is you can't accidentally hurt her when she's wearing it. Are there any other challenges in this game you want a little help accomplishing that maybe I can make a video of? Be happy to do it. Alright. Flash grenade. I want to stun those guys so that I have time to use this wheel and lower the stairs. I think that might be the first time I've used that strategy, but it's a good idea. And just like that, we're now in the second half of the water room. This is the part where the sniper rifle comes in handy, because you do have to kind of defend Ashley at a distance. Finally at the snake. Remember, folks, avoid snakes in real life. They're dangerous. Or at least potentially dangerous. Now we're going to give her a boost. How Leon must have a back of titanium.
You gonna be okay?
Oh, nice. He grabs his back like, he's like, ow. Alright, so you got these guys coming after her. You got to watch out for them. You also got to watch out for yourself, though, because you will have some folks down here trying to get you. So even though the sniper rifle would be helpful, it's certainly very doable without it. Alright, once she gets that first crank turn done, she'll run across to do the other. Just keep an eye out, because there will be people trying to grab her. Oop, you got some folks trying to grab me. And you'll notice I'm still using the original, very first shotgun I got. And that's because, A, it was free. You get it early on. So you have a lot of time to upgrade it throughout the game. But also, it's just a really good weapon. It's powerful. And it can definitely clear groups of enemies out of your path. Can knock through their shields. Now, if I was doing a longer playthrough, I might have turned around right here and looted the area a little bit, but we're on a schedule. Subscribe to my channel, help me hit 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours of watch time before I lose all the watch time I've gained, and the dream of monetization slips through my fingertips.
I'm alright. Don't worry.
You notice my item box kind of like turned a little bit upward. It's because I have stick drift on this Xbox controller.
Come on.
Okay.
Now, even though we're going for time, there are a couple of little things that you could do to grab some cool items up ahead that don't take too much extra time out of the game. So I do recommend getting them. One is a rhinoceros beetle, and one is this like scratched up emerald that you could trade in for a spinel, which you could then use to get an item. At this point in the story, Ashley has been possessed by Sadler, and she has run off. So now we gotta find her. Alright. So come around the back of this fountain area and just start searching the wall here until you find the rhinoceros beetle. You could sell that for some good cash. And then when you come back out, if you look up top of this balcony area in a moment, I think it's up there, is it? There's like a bird's nest right there. Shoot it, and then you could pick up the scratched emerald, which you could trade in. There's a merchant in here.
Having a rough day, stranger. Welcome. Got some rare things on sale.
So I'm going to sell him that scratched emerald and the rhinoceros beetle, gaining myself money and a couple spinels.
You've proven yourself reliable.
So I've got enough spinels now that I can buy this stock for the Red 9, which will make it, in my opinion, a better weapon.
Your pocket? Gun will look great with that attached.
If you just heard a popping sound, that was apparently some bones in my chest, because I moved my arm in such a way that maybe I should see a doctor. Alright, so the merchant, I noticed, has some body armor in stock, and I'm definitely going to purchase that. That's going to be a huge advantage, I believe, reducing the damage we take. Only problem being that you do have to repair the body armor, like the knife, as it gets damaged.
Your weapon to suit your specific needs. There you are, as you wish. Don't get yourself welcome. Well, what can I do?
Soon enough, we're going to be coming up on the garden maze section, which I find really annoying, regardless of whether you're playing the original RE4 or the remake, unfortunately. So got the nice stock on there now. I think it said maybe it said it improves precision in shot grouping, whatever that means. I don't know. Don't hold me to that. Oh, this section. Forgot about this. There's this red-coated zealot who makes the plagas burst forth out of these cultists. Like so. And it can be a pain. And I think it also like affects Leon. It kind of can like stagger him in pain. There's a few ways you could go through this area. You can employ stealth and take down the chandelier to knock some of them out. But we are on a schedule. So I'm going to try and just take down the zealot as quickly as possible, grab his red lantern, and rush into the next area. You're not getting away from me, guy. Even as I fire wildly at the ceiling. Alright, now to get out of here without getting eaten by one of those things. Ooh, maybe I can blow them up with that barrel. By the way, if you're hearing a weird wailing siren, that's not the game. There's like something going on outside. I think. Alright, putting the lantern in there. Look how fast we got through that area. That area can be a real pain if you're not careful. I think that's where he meets Ada. And actually, you know what? The garden isn't coming up yet. The garden, we've got a little bit before the garden. There's a really cool new section they added to the remake first, where you're on like the ramparts of the, or parapets or whatever, of the castle, and you're defending from this Il Gigante in armor that's like just throwing stuff at you. And it's an area where I'm going to try and employ another skip that I learned where I think you can, you know, you're supposed to shoot these counterweights and they open up gates so you can, like, systematically move through. But I think if you have a couple grenades, you can skip that, or skip some of it, so we'll see. Little puzzle here, you kind of want these, the tablets you put in there to match the images below. Well, that one certainly doesn't match. Oh, there we go. Look at that. You're also going to encounter like a really cool thing they added to the RE4 remake here, where the disembodied Plagas parasite that look kind of like alien facehuggers, they can actually take over the body of a Ganado and attack you. It's really cool.
Oh, great.
Oh, great. And we're about to see that in action as soon as I move this bookcase, which is almost certainly hiding a loading screen.
Christ.
Look at that. Oh my gosh, I'm terrible at this. Oh my gosh, Leon. Well, we did it eventually.
Why not treat yourself?
All right. So, lots of counterweights that we got to deal with. Again, with the goal being to, I think, lift another cannon and lift some gates so that we can defeat this cave troll-looking dude. But first, we got to go through this, and we wanna try and have at least 2 grenades to get through this next part. First, we got to take care of these guys. Oh, I don't think I should have used that grenade. That was not where I was supposed to use the grenade. I was supposed to keep that grenade to skip part coming up. But instead, I used it stupidly. Well, we're going to get through that part with 1 grenade, because I just stupidly wasted my second grenade here. Alright, so a lot of folks will use 2 grenades to kind of skip their way through this part. What am I doing?
Welcome.
Wasting lots of resources is what I'm doing.
Good luck. Pleasant travels.
So a lot of people will use 2 grenades to kind of skip their way through some of this upcoming section. I stupidly used my grenade just a few minutes ago, so I only have 1 grenade, but I'm pretty sure I can still make it through this section with only the help of that 1 grenade. So I'm going to throw it right here, through the gate, boom. That's kind of a skip. Take that one out. Now, I think some people would use another grenade through the next door, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe. I don't have a next grenade. I only had the 1, so I'm just going to have to do it this way. But boom, look, we're up here. Cave troll territory.
You guys are really starting to become a giant pain in my ass.
And we're going to try and get through this section as quickly as we can. Oh my gosh. Hopping down here, turning around, taking this guy down. Big kick to the head. We're going to turn this knob over here, or lever. Luckily, though, we skipped a lot of nonsense by using that one grenade to get through that gate a little early. Treasure there, why not? Little suplex. And there is the cannon. You gotta find the counterweight right there. Boom. There's another counterweight over here. Knock it down. And keep climbing. And now with this cannon, I got a present for this dude. It's a cannonball. And now we're going to knock this door down. Yeah, let's see if I can take those folks down too. No, looks like I missed them. And I don't even think you have to kill that troll with the cannon. You can kind of just do the door and go on your merry way. And then this little jump scare won't happen, presumably.
Sorry, I've had my fill of humans.
Alright, I think now we're coming up on the garden. Yes.
Ashley, where are you?
So, you didn't see it, but Leon just reunited with a weepy Ashley, who's in control of herself again. And now we are descending into the Garden of Madness. And hopefully I won't get too lost in there.
Can't believe that.
Not even 2 hours in. Still got plenty of time. Remember, we got to beat this game in under 4 hours to unlock the Wolf Tail. And by osmosis, we're also going to get the Sprinter achievement, if you don't already have that. And who knows, maybe some other achievements will be unlocked along the way. So we got to lower these 3 flags, which are positioned throughout the garden, watching out for wolves along the way. And that'll open the path into the next area.
Hey, look! The flag's been lowered.
Thanks, Ashley. Someone in this house is cooking something, and it... There's a wolf. They're cooking something, and it smells really good, and I may have to pause this to go investigate the situation. So we're about to come on a whole kennel full of these dudes. And you know, you'd think I would have taken care of that a little bit more efficiently than I did. As I break my knife. Oh well. I think I'm doing this a little out of my usual order. I think I usually do this flag last, maybe. Well, whatever. So Ashley opens the way for me to get this flag. When I grab it, or lower it. She's going to get attacked by Ganados. I'm going to have to go back and help her. Not that I'm worried, given that she has armor.
Ashley, run!
Great timing to reload that thing, Leon.
Shit!
A lot happened just now. Who's he talking to?
Next.
Alright, now I gotta find the other flag.
Not bad, right?
I think I heard another... Oop, yeah, that was a snake. I told you they were dangerous, folks.
No big deal.
Another kennel full of doggos. Oh my gosh, how is it still alive?
Okay.
There we go. Last flag up there. Oh, someone's calling me. Hello?
Hi, just checking on you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Is anyone here yet? Okay.
Okay.
Love you.
Find
We're okay, bye.
maze.
So that was my wife checking on me because I've been locked in this room for hours doing this recording. I hear a smoke alarm going off in the house, so clearly their cooking endeavor isn't going so well. But she assured me they're okay. Alright, finally leaving this garden behind. Why couldn't they have cut that section out?
Ballroom must be this way.
I've got some new items in stock. Come take a look.
Alright. So we're in this little hub section where there's like 3 separate challenges, and you could kind of tackle them in any order, with the goal being to get like the three heads of the beast statue up ahead that'll allow you to access the Ashley section.
Thank you. A deal well struck.
A nice big case. do I have money to upgrade anything? Yeah, I gotta repair that.
Come back anytime.
Good enough for now.
Look, there's a statue up there.
Thanks, Ashley. I see the statue. We're gonna find the 3 separate heads to put on it. First one, no enemies. It's a little puzzle. You have to have Ashley and Leon sit at the proper place settings that match the pictures up ahead. And then you both ring the bells, and it lowers that. And I did it really easily this time.
Looks like we figured it out.
And that's just because I tried to do it like a few minutes ago, and I failed, so I reloaded my game knowing what the solution was, and now it looks like I know what I'm doing. I don't know if that solution is randomized or not. But there's one of the 3 down. Which one is this? Okay, so there's another skip here. Because as you go across this bridge, one of the enemies comes out and he presses his thing and it lowers the bridge and then you just get assaulted. But there's a way you can skip it. Check this out. I've got a flash grenade, and at just the right moment, I'm going to throw it into this corner. Boom. Look at that. I've got him mid-cutscene. That's the beauty of real-time cutscenes. I totally interrupted the cutscene. He didn't get to pull the lever, and I didn't get lowered into the madness below, and I can kind of just deal with these guys and then get out of here. And again, because I had the sunglasses on, I was not affected by the flashbang. Ashley can take care of herself in that armor suit. I'm just getting out of here. 2 of the 3 done. That was a very handy skip. That's one of the first skips I ever learned in this game. And I think that's the first time I did it with a flashbang. I think you could do it with the mine thrower if you get that. Maybe with a normal grenade. Alright, last section.
Hey, Leon, there's some armor. Bet you could use it like a bulletproof vest.
Little old-fashioned for my taste.
Listen to this banter.
Too bad. I think you'd look pretty dashing.
I love how she's like kind of flirty, but you can tell she's concerned about him.
Ashley, stay up there.
Okay, be careful.
All the characters are definitely much more fleshed out in this remake than they were originally. Not that the original doesn't have its own charm. So I'm down here, I'm running around the circumference of the room, grabbing all the supplies I can, because stuff's about to get real when these suits of armor attack me. This is going to happen in several waves.
Come on, you can't be serious.
And see if I can take off their helmets with this grenade.
Give me a warning next time?
Well, not quite. Oh, I'm wasting so much ammo. There's so many better ways to do this. Alright, now that I've revealed their Las Plagas, I could take them both out with a flashbang. Now that I've revealed both Las Plagas. Boom. Look at that. That's how you do it. Unfortunately, there's more waves of these guys coming, so hopefully I can be a little more efficient. Ugh. Why do I even talk?
It stopped moving.
Thank you, Ashley. The blue flames paralyze these guys, and then you can kick their helmets off, opening them up to the flashbang attack. I think there's one more wave. Bingo. Kick your head off, kick your head off, kick your head off, and now I'm going to try and get 3 for the price of 1. Look at that. efficiency.
Yeah. Nighty night. Nights.
You sure you're all right? You're not burned, are you?
No. Thanks for your help.
I love how she sounds concerned about his well-being, though.
Come on.
Hey.
All right, now that we got all three of those statue heads, and we can progress to the next area, which is the Ashley area. And luckily,
I don't think they're gonna be.
I know a way to skip through a large portion of it. And also, luckily, she has that armor, so nothing's going to really be able to hurt her. But in both this version of Resident Evil 4 and the original, I think Ashley's area, where you're playing her, is one of the creepiest areas of the whole game. Resident Evil 4 has perhaps been criticized for not being as scary as some of the previous ones, but it does have its moments.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
He sounds so disappointed. Putting all three of these statue pieces there. Skipping the cutscene. And now we are in Ashley's section. It's interesting. I believe in the Japanese version of the original Resident Evil 4, Ashley's section actually used fixed camera angles, akin to the old school Resident Evil games when they had pre-rendered backgrounds. And I think they didn't do that in the US version. I think they went to like a moving camera.
Is that a clock?
All right, so you want in this assisted mode, you're going to want to set the clock to 11:04. And that will save you from having to go through a whole section to figure that out. Again, we want to use all the skips we can because we are on a schedule. So one of these knights is coming up on me from the stairwell. Hopefully I can get in the elevator. Oh, a couple knights. So again, this section is much easier with the armor on. But even without the armor, you can definitely get through it without getting hit. Let's see if I can get through this without getting hit. You gotta pull all the levers, or chains or whatever, to unlock the next section. If the knights get too close, you could hit them with the lantern, which will stun them. And look at that. I didn't even need the armor. I got through that section unscathed. And this is another section where there's a puzzle that I probably should have figured out ahead of time because I don't remember the solution. So get ready to watch me just aimlessly placing lanterns around until something happens. Yes, I am wasting time, but we are still going to get this S+. Let this inspire you. You don't have to be flawless. You can still do things successfully. Will this one do it? Of course not. Look at that. And it's about to be night party time as they all converge upon me when our lantern conveniently goes out.
No, no, don't go out.
Uh-oh.
I've had enough of this.
These are all the other guys that try to get me that are now frozen by the blue light. But there's still a few stragglers in this hall that I gotta dodge. Whoa. Ooh. The Ashley section in the OG game is a little shorter, but I think it might be creepier. It's darker and it's a little creepier, I think. And it also has, wow, it also has probably the toughest puzzle in the whole game. There's this like tile puzzle you have to do with her, which is just awful. Luckily, that's not in this game. There's another part of this game that I really liked that they removed. I don't know if it's in separate ways or not, but it's this part where you're Leon and you're in this hallway and there's these billowing red or purple curtains that are just billowing across the room from these big open windows, and it's just really, it was a really stunning moment. At least I thought it was in the original game, that unfortunately didn't make its way here. We'll see, maybe it's in separate ways. But I won't know for a long time, because I'm not buying any new games this year, including DLC. Alright, we're back to Leon. And we're going to be dealing with some insects here. If you have the infrared scope, that's a big help during this section. I don't, so I'm just going to be blindly shooting at nothingness until I hit something. They did a really good job making these creatures blend in with their background. Now the next section in the busted up ballroom where there's all these bugs swarming around, there's not going to be any finesse in how I get through this. I'm just going to run through like a total idiot. Probably wasting ammo, probably getting hit. You know, I don't think I ever noticed that barrel in that corner before in any of my previous playthroughs. I remember with the original Resident Evil 4, which I probably played like at least 50 times over the last 20 years or so, every playthrough I noticed something new, which kept things fresh until the remake came out. Will the remake be the same? Who knows? But I got a new barrel this time. Alright, just running through. Oop, falling down. No finesse, no stealthiness. Oh my gosh, Leon, just wake all the bugs. Go for it. Whatever. Why did I even do that? I don't even know if that works on these creatures. One more lever to do. So I just get smacked by this bug. And that bug. Look at that camouflage. It's so cool. So there may not have been much finesse in how I did that, but I got through it pretty quickly. I don't think those bugs are going to follow me out here. More weights to shoot. Look at all that yellow paint. Alright, so this next part can be a little tricky because you have to fight two Garradors, who are those blind dudes with the claws, and you're being inundated by other enemies. So, let's see how we handle it. Skip the cutscene.
Great. There's two of them.
Wasn't that a Star Wars line? Great, there's two of them. Now there are two of them. Let me just run through these dudes. Ring the bell. Get them to go over there. Try and hit him with this heavy grenade, see what it does. Oh, it didn't kill either. Oh, did it? Ah! Well, I got one of them. Whoops. Alright, ringing the bell, summons him over there, and then I can just try and aim at this plaga on his back. So truth be told, this wasn't that hard, but it is because I'm on assisted mode. On higher difficulties, this is a really difficult section. Oh, my wife's here again. What's up? I'll be right there. I've just been told that dinner is ready. So, I may have to do a little pausey pause here. Sparing a little time to do some looting here. Just like that, we're now in the oubliette, which was a tiny, like, one-room area in the original RE4, which they expanded vastly here. Nice to add another creepy section to the game. There's more of those beetle creatures down here, but because of how dark it is in the water,
Talk about sticking the landing.
they're a much trickier foe. There's one of them. It's easy to get lost in this section. Oh. Wow, how much damage is this dude going to take? There he goes. I don't know about you, but I don't think I'd want to eat a bass that was down here. That crown there has the potential to be a very valuable treasure, depending on what gems you put in it. All right. So we're coming up on another very iconic boss fight in Resident Evil 4 with the Verdugo. And this is the first part in the game where I am going to purchase... I'm going to purchase a rocket launcher from the merchant so that I can try and one-shot this dude. Because it could be a pretty tedious boss fight otherwise. I don't know if the, I don't think the rocket launchers you buy from the merchant count as a bonus weapon. I could be wrong, but for the, you know, that would only really be important if you were trying to do the hand cannon run where you go through professional with no bonus weapons. So you might want to check on that before you use a rocket launcher in that mode. But for my assisted S+ run here, it's not going to be a problem. My space might be a problem. All right. Let's throw some gems in here. $61,000, not bad. I think you can get it to 100,000 with the right gems, which would, I think there's a challenge for that specifically, selling one treasure for like 100,000 bucks.
I guarantee it.
All right. Temporarily storing some stuff to make a little room. Now I should be able to get that rocket launcher.
Can I interest you in? Thank you. Thank you.
There it is, rocket launcher. $50,000 in assisted mode. This is the first of a few of those I'm going to use. Alright, I'm going to go grab some dinner. I'll be right back. Alright, and through the magic of editing, I'm back. And I am trading in my my kiwi-flavored energy drink for some iced tea. Maybe you heard me pour that, I don't know. So over here you'll see the guy from Saw. Not really, but it kind of resembles him. Again, it sounds like my audio may have drifted a little bit, so bear with me and I'll address that. So we're going to fight the Verdugo, which is usually a drawn-out process of freezing it with liquid nitrogen and then unloading on it, rinse and repeat until it dies, but I'm on a schedule, so I'm just going to rocket launch the shit out of it as soon as I freeze it the first time. Quick time event. Avoiding the tail. I feel the quick time events are a lot more forgiving in the remake than they were in the original. So I'm going to come over here, I'm going to flip this switch, and I'm going to get ready because that Verdugo is going to come a-running. Alright, there he is, so I'm going to come over here and get ready to drop the liquid nitrogen on him. Time that just right. Goodbye. One-hit kill with that rocket launcher on possibly all enemies? I'm not sure. Certainly on the ones I've tried. If you heard another bone crack, that one was just my ankle, so I'm less concerned. Anyway, I'm going to ride the elevator up and meet up with Lewis. Am I going down the wrong way? Yep. No good. Went down the wrong hallway, no problem. But I'm going to ride the elevator up. There's going to be a cutscene I'm going to skip with Lewis. And then I'm going to be doing another skip. One of those skips that I've been using periodically. There's this whole section where you're supposed to go through this underground mine, and there's a bunch of ganados, and you have to find like dynamite to blow up this this set of boulders that are in your path. But you can skip that entire section simply by buying another rocket launcher from the merchant, which I'm definitely going to be doing to save some time. I don't know if there's a limit on how many of these rocket launchers you can purchase, but I guess we'll find out. I don't know if it's any different how many you can get depending on the difficulty level, but right now we're on assisted. We'll see what happens. I probably shouldn't have even taken that shotgun out since I'm going to be buying another rocket launcher.
Why help me, though? What's in it for you?
No need welcome. I got something new for you. Thank you.
There it is.
Where would
No
you go?
space.
Back and welcome. Not my place to say, really, but sometimes things are more interesting.
Find the heavy grenade recipe, because those do come in handy for some skips of their own a little later.
A little hard for me to put my faith in someone who used to work for Umbrella.
Sounds like my audio is caught up again, so that's good.
You don't need to worry about them anymore.
You didn't answer my question. What are you after?
I just want to feel good about myself. Make amends. Or something like that.
Alright, so here's that skip. Instead of getting the TNT, I'm just going to do this. And then run out of the way of the flying debris.
You handle yourself pretty well. You sure you're just a researcher?
I love how they go back to calm conversation after that. Now, there is a challenging boss fight we're about to hit right now. I don't have my shotgun with me, so hopefully I can handle this with what I do have. Look at that, dual Gigantes, or Gigantes. And I think the armored one is actually the one that was on the castle throwing stuff at us, I think. Maybe. So the key here is to isolate one of these bad guys and get it to kind of drop into a stun right on this grate that it's standing on, because if it does that, we can easily drop it into the lava, molten lead, whatever, what have you. Just like in the original RE4. Alright, so he's incapacitated. I'm going to drop him into the molten lava. And now we only have to deal with one. And having Lewis involved in this fight is unique to the remake. He was not in this part of the original. I really like how much they expanded his role in this game. He did kind of leave me on my own for a little bit here. But it'll all work out in the end. See? I'll lure this monster over here. So Luis can do something ridiculous. And give it the little TNT keychain on its back. And we're back to this. Do you have to drop one of them into the lava? I don't know. I don't think... I know in the original RE4 you don't have to drop one in the lava. You could actually kill both of them manually. I don't know if that's the case in this one. I don't know if you have to put one in the lava or not. But hey, look at that. I took him out just with the handgun. Not bad. Like I said, this Red 9 is pretty awesome once you start to upgrade it.
I think we can get through here.
How's it look?
Still got time.
That was a pain.
Keeping those things cooped up down here too?
Underground here is sacred to them. See, this is where they discovered Las Plagas, preserved inside ancient deposits of amber.
Of course they did.
We're about to get to the ridiculous minecart section. There was one in the original RE4, but I think it's even more ridiculous in this one, especially with all the
You're not suggesting we ride
Lewis and Leon banter.
See any other way?
Once again, if you're enjoying the video, like, subscribe, leave a comment. Check me out on social media, Unboxer of Worlds. And maybe if I do more of these video game walkthrough type of videos, maybe I'll start an all-new channel just dedicated to that.
Give us a push, Sancho.
Who are you calling Sancho?
There, it's moving. This should speed things up a bit.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Hey, we're in a hurry, right? Oh, by the way,
What now?
hope you like thrill rides.
It took me forever in my early playthroughs to realize you had to like lean on the directional key to not flip over during these sections.
Shit! Mierda! Do something about those parts! Oh yeah!
That was just the nick of time. You do have infinite ammo here, which is great, but you do gotta be mindful of when you reload because enemies will show up. Like so. At least I hit something.
Left turn! Going off the rails! Give me a hand! Hey, the cart's tipping over! We're going off the rails! Give me a hand!
I love it when they make it easy, like carting around giant explosive barrels. By the way, folks, what do you prefer, the original Resident Evil 4 or the remake? I like them both, but probably still prefer the original personally.
This it?
Afraid not. Things are just getting started.
So there's this whole little section here where you could kind of shoot your way through this little house here and grab some goodies, but I'm going to try and just move on through, save some time. And as soon as Luis gets up here, we're going to be on shopping cart section number 2.
All right, let's go.
Not this again.
This section is pretty challenging because we got to deal with a chainsaw guy in addition to the mining cart.
Shit! This thing's gonna flip! Hey, the cart's tipping over! We're going off the rails! Give me a hand!
Oh. Wait for these guys and boom, take them all out. Shut up, Luis. Yeah, we defeated those boards by just driving through them. Yeah, clearly my methodology is if I keep shooting enough, I'll eventually hit something. Who needs to aim? It's nice how they have a calm moment where they can admire that. So here's another section that you can sometimes creep through a little bit more slowly and be careful for the insect monsters, but I'm just going to plow through as quick as I can. Luckily, I've gone through this game enough times that I kind of know where they are. Like that guy. Unfortunately, Luis is going to be leaving us momentarily.
I hate insects. Take care of them for me, would ya? How about you open fire instead of your mouth?
I think that section, the audio was a little off.
I knew it. Stay sharp. These guys have camouflage.
There's a pretty easy, like, side quest you could do here where you shoot the glowing orange orbs on that big, like, hive thing hanging from the ceiling, and you can get some spinels to spend with the merchants. But I'm just going to plow through. Speaking of the merchant, if you need him, he is right in this corner under those boards there, but I don't need him right here. So we're also about to get to the first introduction of Krauser. Right there. He just dispatched Luis. And I think it's just dawning on me that I don't think Krauser and Ada Wong have any interactions in this remake. Unlike the original. I don't know if that's different in separate ways or not. I do like how they kind of reference Operation Javier in this game, which is a, it was from what was originally a Nintendo Wii exclusive on-rails shooter called Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles. And it eventually made its way to, like, the PlayStation 3, but it was still not super well known by the general Resident Evil audience, I don't think. So, it's interesting that they would incorporate any of that game into the backstory of this one, but it makes me feel a little more vindicated for playing those random side quest games. So we're actually just about done with the castle.
You won't get away with this, Krauser.
Doing a little inventory. You don't want to waste too much time doing inventory on these time-sensitive runs, but every now and then I like to keep my house in order.
You have the stench of battle on you, mate.
Taking a nice little gondola ride to this clock tower.
There's the clock tower. Hang in there, Ashley.
Unlike the Resident Evil 3 remake, where they pretty much cut out the clock tower almost entirely. Alright, so we're going to be making our way up the winding stairs. So, in the original Resident Evil 4, there's this ridiculous robot version of Ramon Salazar that chases you around. And they didn't quite have that in the remake, but they do have an homage to it. There's like a smaller version of the Ramon Salazar robot that kind of acts as a flamethrower. And I'm going to try and disable it ahead of time. Boom. So that's one less thing I have to worry about as I make my way up the tower. Now, they may have gotten rid of the ridiculous robot, but they didn't get rid of all ridiculous things.
There you go.
Like this giant ball that's going to come chasing me down these stairs. Eventually. There we go. Better than me. Oh boy. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. I could have sworn that was that getting hit by that ball was like a one-hit death. Maybe because I'm in assisted mode, it's a little more forgiving, but I'm not sure. Alright, I'm going to run by, and I should see the guy who's controlling it right here. Take him out.
They keep coming.
Now I can use that ball to my advantage. Boom. See all those dudes running up the stairs after me? They're about to have a ball. Forgive me for injecting cheesiness of my own into this game. So there's a challenge called Capacity Compliance here, where you can get a reward for not letting any enemies get onto this lift while it's rising up. Unfortunately, I still haven't mastered that one. So I'll have to try and get that later, because I know I'm not going to do it this run either. Maybe it'll be easier when I have the Chicago Sweeper eventually. Yep, they got on, so no such luck with that challenge. There's yet another boss fight coming up where we're going to have to take on Ramon Salazar himself in his monster form, which is very much redesigned in this version compared to the original RE4. And I hear there's a way you can skip most of that boss fight by throwing a golden egg into his mouth. Or 2 golden eggs, perhaps, but I don't have any golden eggs, so I'll have to figure out something. If you're really attentive, you can see a little slash of purple light in the background there. It's because there's a merchant coming up. That's his torch. Man, how many rounds does this dude take? Yeah, that shotgun's great for taking out those shields. So is the Punisher handgun, by the way. It has quite a bit of penetration power. But it probably takes a few more shots. Want to be careful here and walk carefully because I think you can fall through and die. These arrow people are not helping. Thanks, Leon, I get it. I almost missed the merchant in here the first time I played. And I was lucky he actually said something and got my attention, otherwise I would have totally missed him.
Good things on sale, stranger. Might want to take care of any leftover error. Drinks before going this way. Welcome. A deal well struck. Thank you. Will that come?
You know what?
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might take it easy on myself for this boss battle and use the rocket launcher again. Why waste the resources? And I tell you, those rocket launchers make things a lot easier. I could loot the area, but I really want to get onto the island.
No time to lose.
So, we've just wrapped up the castle, the second of the 3 main areas of Resident Evil 4. And now we're going to be moving on to the island, which is the final area. So do I have time to get through that final area before we hit the 4-hour mark?
Krauser. Where do you think you're taking her?
This section here is pretty quiet in assisted mode, and I think even in standard mode. But in hardcore, some of these suits of armor will actually attack you, which kind of feels like adding insult to injury since you've pretty much finished the castle and beat the boss. You know, why are they going to make you struggle in this last little section?
Won't have to swim after all.
Well, that's it, folks. We got through the castle. All that remains is the island. All that remains is the island and the rest of that 4-hour time limit. Will we do it? Now, the island was considered by many to be pretty tedious in the original Resident Evil 4. And I'll admit, it was not my favorite of the areas. I certainly preferred the village and the castle. And while that's all true as well in the remake, I do think they improved the island. It feels a little bit more... It feels a little sleeker, a little tighter. If you keep going down that passage, there is a merchant there if you want to stock up. Take this dude out. We come up here and we're going to press the switch to turn this laser in the other direction. Oh boy. Just turning lasers all day. Just running on through. Damn it. don't be discouraged if you're unable to get through that previous section just there as quickly as I did. Just make sure you have a save game when you first get to the island. So if you have difficulty, you can exit out to the main menu and restart it. I should have done that before I wasted all that handgun ammo. And again, there's a lot you can explore here, but I'm just running through. And I think we're going to encounter enemies with rocket launchers of their own right here. So keep an eye out for those laser sight and get the heck out of its way.
This isn't good.
I managed to get through that section pretty unscathed for the most part.
This is where they're keeping Ashley.
This whole island has a very industrial feel to it. When I was first, when I first learned that they were remaking this game, I kind of thought it would be cool if they reimagined the island as like a nature preserve with like a big forest. But they decided to go a more faithful route to the original game, which is fine. Very soon we're going to be seeing some of what I consider to be the scariest Resident Evil 4 enemies. Maybe some of the scariest Resident Evil enemies in general, the regenerators, or regeneradors, or however you want to pronounce it. They're these disturbing enemies that have the only way to really take them down, other than inflicting massive rapid damage on them, is to individually destroy the parasites inside them, which requires a special scope on your sniper rifle. But if you don't have it, you can, in the remake, reveal the plagas inside them by knifing those enemies, which will give you a glimpse of those plagas, and then you could just shoot them. See if I could take these guys out stealthy. One down. And, ooh. Good thing I broke my knife there and not with the first guy, huh? And there's Ashley.
Need a key card.
They did a good job kind of reworking the regenerators in the remake. Because in the original, they were kind of slow and lumbering, and you could kind of take your time lining up your shots. In this one, they kind of stumble forward, and occasionally they'll have like a big charge of speed.
Sorry.
And they really keep you on your toes. And they gave them much more menacing music in the remake. And the first time you encounter them, you're in this, like, miniature maze, like these dark hallways. And, you know, the first time I played it, it was super confusing. And there's another iconic Resident Evil 4 moment coming up that they kept in the remake, which was kind of a big unexplained moment in the original game where, well, you'll see it in a moment. You'll see what happens. Right around the corner. That. Why was that dude in the oven? Was the Plaga trying to stay warm? Alright, so there's a nice little merchant here. And I would definitely recommend saving your game here because you're about to enter the regenerator area, the first regenerator area. And it can be very easy to get killed here or to lose time. So definitely save your game.
Why not treat yourself, mate? Welcome. I've got something new for you, thank you. A deal well struck. Thank you.
Repair a few things. And I am going to recommend that you finally buy a sniper rifle.
Your pocket. This gun turns heads if don't get yourself killed.
I definitely recommend buying a sniper rifle because it's going to come in handy with all these regenerators. Not necessarily the first couple, but soon enough. Alright, so we're coming into this dank, creepy hallway. And look at that. As my sound goes out of sync again. First thing we're going to want to do is hit that, which I think powers up that side of the corridor. There's going to be this little puzzle here. I think it's random each time. Maybe. So I got that one, but these puzzles, and there's another one coming up, it's a good idea to, like I said, save your game with that merchant because you could lose a lot of time if you don't get that puzzle right. And here we go. So there's the regenerator. I took its legs out to give me a little bit of time to make my run. I'm coming back around here to hit this power button again. Then I'm going to run back. Beware, he's definitely gotten up by now. Not sure where he is. Oh, but that music indicates that he's right around there somewhere. So we're going to use that key card we picked up and we're going to get into this area. And now we're going to put the card in this machine, and while we're waiting for it to update the card so we can get through another door, guess what we got to deal with? Another regenerator.
Shit, again?
See how you knife him? You can see the parasite. As my knife breaks, but you know what? I just heard the thing indicate that my card is ready. So I'm not going to mess around. I'm just going to grab that and get out of here. I'll try and deal with the sound sync being off in a bit. So I'm going to run out. I'm probably going to run right into the first regenerator. Maybe not, but he is behind me somewhere. And we're going to go through this door. Yeah, that section's really creepy if you don't really know your way around. Again, sorry the audio's going out of sync. I'm not sure why it's doing that. So anyway, we got through the first regenerator section, but guess what? We're now in a room surrounded by 4 regenerators. And unfortunately, in order to get the next keycard upgrade we need to get a wrench to open a panel. And guess where the wrench is? It's inside one of the regenerators. Which is why we need that scope I mentioned before. That lets you get an X-ray view of them right here. And not only will that make it easier to kill the regenerators, but it'll make it easier to find the one that has the wrench in it so we don't accidentally unleash more of these than we have to. Well, I definitely don't want to throw a grenade in there. Alright, so those guys don't have a wrench. And I think the one that has it might be random. There it is. See the wrench? You can also see the plagas. So I've released him, and now I'm going to try and kill him by shooting these plagas. Now we can open this panel and upgrade our card. And of course, as soon as we try to upgrade the card, a whole slew of enemies is going to flood in here. And the enemies aren't really that powerful on their own. The problem is they're throwing bombs. And as you're shooting, there's always a danger you could accidentally release more of those regenerators. Did one of them just get released? I think it did. I hear whale noises. Yeah, in the original Resident Evil 4, the regenerators just had sniffling noises. In this one, they made weird whale sounds in addition. And I can definitely hear by the music that at least one of them got out just now, so I'm just going to run away and leave it. And I'm about to get to the end of the chapter, so I'll try and reload from the main menu to see if I can get my audio back in sync. I just spilled iced tea on my bed. That's awesome. Alright, the audio's a little better now.
You got it?
Duh.
I'm counting on you.
Don't need those. It's one of the few sections where we can take a moment and admire the armor suit on Ashley.
Pretty much a master of unlocking.
Oh, that's a deep cut. Master of Unlocking. That goes all the way back to Resident Evil 1.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. Pleasure doing business with you. Your valuables won't thank you. Well, I can certainly do something bigger.
Yep, you want to keep that case as big as you can get it.
At least I thought so. Don't get yourself killed now.
So we can take a breath because we got a couple sections here without any regenerators, which is nice, but they will be back soon enough. Well, I tried to stab him, but didn't work the way I wanted it to. So I think if you don't take these guys out down here, they can follow you into the next room, which becomes a pain because the next room can be a little tricky. So, take these guys out first. Alright, so I'm going to wait a bit for some of these guys to gather, then I'm going to throw this grenade.
There you go.
And this is another section where Ashley's armor suit comes in handy because these guys are going to try and grab her in a minute. And it can be a little bit tough to run back and help her.
Ashley.
Okay.
So I'm going to have her hit that to hold the door open for me. And right here is when the enemies are going to run in to try and get her. Again, not really a problem when she has the armor suit, but it can be tricky in a normal playthrough. And sometimes you can come up here and try and save her, but sometimes, you know, you could just kind of go to the area on the ground level right in front of this room we're in to stop the enemies from carrying her through that door over there. Which I think is game over if they get her through that door.
You all right?
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, just going to try and knock these guys down.
Sorry.
Unfortunately, we're already in another regenerator section.
Smells pretty bad. You okay?
Yeah. Before this one killed me, though.
Alright, so we got to synchronize our button presses here.
We go at the same time, yeah?
The first one is pretty slow, so once these two arrows are in the red, you can just kind of hit the button and do it. And then you're going to have Ashley hide away because we're about to fight not just a regenerator, but a regenerator that's going to turn into an Iron Maiden, which is a more powerful version of the regenerator. And they were separate enemies in the original Resident Evil 4, but in this one they made it so that when you kill certain regenerators, they turn into Iron Maidens. So when he's transforming, which he's doing, I'm going to take a moment and reload. And then I'm going to get ready to hit him right in the brain. And you'll want to get out of the way because when he blows up, he will shoot spikes.
Jesus, cuddly bastard.
That went pretty smoothly, but those guys can be a big problem. Alright, so again, we're going to hit the arrows together, but you're going to want to hit them just before they get into that red zone in the middle. Hit the button just before they hit the red zone.
No, I'm good. Okay, we go at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
And that should work.
Okay.
Alright. So this section here, especially in higher difficulty levels,
Get this for me.
has the potential to be
It's me. I'm actually.
pretty difficult. Because, you know, Ashley is left here to hold the bridge, and she's kind of in this vulnerable position. We have to go around the back, hit a switch, and then when you hit that switch, two things happen. A regenerator gets up and comes after you, but also a bunch of Ganados come after Ashley. So you have to deal with both of those problems, and time is not kind to you. But I found a nice little way to cheat it. And I'm going to try that here, which I'll show you. It also helps that the regenerator is a little slower and assisted, I think. Alright, I hit the switch. The regenerator's right here. He's going to get up and come after me. The Ganados are going to come after Ashley. You can hear them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and stun the Ganados going after Ashley with a well-paced flash grenade, giving me time to get across the bridge and to kill these guys. And the best part about it is if you kill them before they hurt Ashley, and if Ashley is still holding the bridge open, then as soon as that regenerator comes around the corner to get you, as soon as it crosses the bridge, Ashley will take it upon herself to just drop it into the void. Again, in Assisted, apparently, that regenerator is taking its slow-ass time, so we don't even really have to worry about it. But it's a little bit of a dance you kind of have to orchestrate. And it is a pain, and you may have to do it a few times, so it's good to save ahead of time. But when it works out just right, that you stun those enemies and then Ashley lowers the bridge after you cross it, killing the regenerator, it really is a very satisfying turn of events. Sequence of events. And again, I'm wasting time with this puzzle because I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, I just had it. 4 of 4, let's do it. I think that's the last of those puzzles. There's a facehugger in the next room. You can see you can kind of shoot it from out here, making your life a little easier, but I do believe another one shows up. Alright, so again, we're done with regenerators for a little bit. And we're about to come to a section where there's another skip. One of those skips we've been using to save time. Now normally, you come down into this courtyard, and there's a bulldozer. And as you're inundated by enemies, Ashley uses that wrecking ball to try and smash her way through the wall to the next area there. And it takes quite a bit of time, and meanwhile you're getting inundated by enemies, and they're coming after Ashley, and it's a real pain. But there's a skip. If you have heavy grenades, you can throw them at this wall. And it makes it so that she only has to hit it like once or twice with the wrecking ball instead of a bunch of times. Alright, so let's try it. Heavy grenade. Heavy grenade. Hopefully that's enough. And again, it has to be a heavy grenade, not a normal grenade. Look at that. One hit and she did it. If I hadn't used those grenades, we would be here all day. So while I summon the elevator, I'm going to be running around because we still have those enemies to deal with until that elevator gets here. We're not going to leave you, Ashley. Don't worry. Alright. On to the elevator. Lift. Whatever. And these guys are just kind of helpless.
You know, I was thinking
And we're calm again.
we work well together, don't we?
I guess so.
Right? Maybe someday I'll become an agent like you. What do you think? We could protect the U.S. from any and all threats.
Is that right? Well, either way, first we have to make.
Oh, come on, Leon. Are you that dense?
So funny.
I really do like how they fleshed out Ashley's personality in this game. Even though I still like the original Ashley as well. But she's definitely more of a character, a full character in this version.
You all right?
Yeah, no big deal.
So, Ashley's been taken again. And now we're going to be going through a couple of areas that I find a little bit tedious. Whether you're dealing with the original Resident Evil 4 or the remake. And those are the Krauser fight, which is even like more tedious in this version because you have to go through this big area beforehand. And then the helicopter section, which is a cool section. A lot of people like it, but I just feel it lasts forever.
Break's over, I suppose.
A lot of people dislike this version of Krauser.
Where's your instinct?
I was never a huge fan in either version,
Show no mercy.
but I do think he strikes me as a little more realistic in this one, at least personality-wise.
So goddamn weak. What was that? I'll make the first move. Give me a challenge.
They did do a very good job kind of reimagining this theme during this fight, though. It's very, it's very true to the original, but also a little bit more powerful.
You better hustle. Who knows what's become of the girl? You remember the fight in the jungle? We barely made it out alive.
Go with your gut, don't think. That was the first thing you taught me.
Watch out for the Krauser jump scare.
Floppy.
Or not.
Ready to die, rookie.
You might have heard my dog bark a moment ago. She's out in the hallway, living her best life. She's clearly playing with a squeaky toy. Apparently she's throwing stuff down the hall.
Remember? How can I forget? I love a good Still alive, huh? You got lucky.
By the way, earlier in the video when my wife went out claiming she was going to get me a Ben & Jerry's Chunky Monkey, she did. So, that'll be waiting for me.
I admit, you've done well to stay alive this long. I'd be dead if I kept listening to people like you. The Reaper comes for cowards and the careless alike. Which are you? I don't know. Guess I'll ask when I see him. You passed with flying colors.
This tedious section continues.
This is it, soldier! Making mistakes. I'm not falling for your mind. Best. You're really doing this? It's not too late. You and me are two sides of the same coin. Guess that means we'll never see eye to eye.
Very profound, Krauser.
You've made it all this way. You haven't won a thing. Say, I'm disappointed. From you, I take that as a compliment. You and I have chosen different paths. All that's left now is to settle this the old-fashioned. I was thinking the same thing, Krauser. Let's finish this, Krauser. Shut your mouth.
There's my stick drift.
Hardly put up a fight.
So they added this little dark, semi-creepy section, which is cool, but it also just makes a long section of the game even longer. Oh yeah, and if you hadn't noticed, he's transformed.
Power? Oh, I'd ask for a refund.
And finally, we're about to get to the actual fight with Krauser. My bullet situation isn't too hot.
Are you ready? Yeah. Let's settle this.
See if I can just blow him up. I don't want to use all my heavy grenades because there is another skip for the next section that requires 2 of them.
And turn into a freak like you. You gotta be out of your mind. Come here. I'll beat that out of you. Yes. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Come at me, rookie. Show me what it is you've got there. I don't.
We... Oh. Got him. Be great if they put a skip that I don't have to do that section ever again, because it's so tedious. But Krauser was also pretty tedious in the original RE4. So this section is also tedious, but not quite as tedious as that. And again, a lot of people like this section, just like a lot of people like Krauser. But this is the Mike helicopter section.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Easy work. Oh, wise. Don't get
Trading some spinels to get a little bit of ammo. Because again, there's a skip that requires a heavy grenade or 2.
stocking up what pleasant travels.
Voy a bañarme en tu sangre.
Don't be too quick to use your ammo here, because you're going to get a big assist from above.
What was that?
Sorry, bad traffic. One combat chopper compliments the Hunnigan. I'm in line. Let's show these assholes what we got.
Yeah, so I guess it is pretty cool, though. You're kind of assisted by this combat chopper. But as you can see, it just takes a while for anything to happen.
Not bad, right?
waiting, waiting, waiting. Can't really do anything until Mike blasts the way open. Like so. Alright, so the skip is coming up. There's a gun turret that Mike needs you to take out for him. And normally you'd have to run around this whole like section to kind of take it out from above. But if you got a couple of heavy grenades like I do, we could take it out right here and right now. Gotta line it up just right though. So that should be good. So that didn't take it out, so I missed. Let's see if a normal grenade is enough to finish the job. Wow. I didn't know you could do it with a normal grenade. So I normally think if you line it up right, it's 2 heavy grenades, but I guess I botched that a little bit, so I used a normal grenade to just kind of finish the last little bit of damage. And that is going to save me a lot of time that I'd otherwise have to put running around down here. This section's a little tricky because you got guys on either side with machine guns. Now I have a machine gun too. Apparently I'm not using it well. So there's a lever on either side that you're going to want to throw. And unfortunately, I think some enemies are going to come after you when you do that, so we're going to stay on the move. We're going to go right across and climb up on this side and kind of do the same thing with the lever we have to throw. And there is a brute there, and he can be a big problem, so I threw a stun grenade to kind of distract them while I threw that lever, and now hopefully... Oh my gosh, hopefully I can just run out of here. This is chaos. You know, and I called it tedious, but really it wasn't that long. You know, and it was kind of fun. And we are through that section.
You're serious.
How is he supposed to get in? Is he going to just jump onto the helicopter? Alright, so I skipped the cutscene, but Sadler sent his bugs. They took out Mike in the helicopter. Very sad. And now I'm just going to run through to the next area. Now this area is kind of genius because it's an homage to 2 things. It's an homage to this section in the original Resident Evil 4 where there was this mysterious squirming sack, and you never learned what was in it. So, there's mysterious squirming sacks in this version hanging from the roof, and we know what's in those. Regenerators. So you gotta be very careful here not to hit one of those hanging bags, by like swinging your knife or something, because then you'll release those regenerators. And the key here is you have to kind of open this door and run through it before it closes without releasing the regenerators. And it's very easy to do in assisted mode. In hardcore, this was a pain because that door shuts so fast. But really, you can get through that section, as you just saw, without even encountering a regenerator. So it's kind of semi-optional. And it's just like how in the equivalent section in the original Resident Evil 4, there was one regenerator in that section, but it wasn't really a threat. It was more of like a last creepy moment. And I think they really did it justice in a new way. So I just learned a skip for this area here, which I never knew about. And it's going to save a ton of time. Instead of going through this gauntlet of enemies, what we're going to do is we're going to run right up to the laser trip line, which would normally shoot the shit out of you if you pass through it. But what we're going to do is we're going to run up to the laser trip line, and we're going to stop. And we're going to face it right here, and we're going to wait for one of those flying bugs to attack me. And if we do it just right, it pushes you right through the trip line. Right through the trip line. Alive and well, at least on assisted mode. I don't know if it would kill you in a higher difficulty. And it allows you to skip that whole annoying area, saving a lot of time. Just make sure you're facing the laser wall, because I find if you have your back to the laser wall, it doesn't really work. Oh man, we have like 12 minutes or so to finish this thing. And this section here might as well be an unskippable cutscene, because you just have to slowly creep through while carrying your armored Ashley. It's kind of reminiscent to the opening of Resident Evil 6. There was like a prologue where you're kind of slowly creeping through and all this stuff is happening around you. But we got plenty of time, so we're just going to go through it. And we're pretty much at the end of the game, just about. You know, we're going to go to the lab, we're going to operate the machinery to save Ashley and Leon from the Plagas that are inside them, that you would have known about if I hadn't skipped all the cutscenes. Then after that, we're going to go through a little bit of corridors with a couple bugs, one last visit to the merchant, and then we're going to fight Sadler, who I don't even think you've seen because I've skipped all the cutscenes, but he's the final boss of Resident Evil 4. Both the normal and the remake. And if the merchant has any rocket launchers left, I'm definitely going to buy one to take Sadler out quickly. Because I don't have a whole lot of time, and I got to get this thing done in under 4 hours. Again, under 4 hours. It should give us the wolf tail to increase our melee damage. And it should also unlock the sprinter accomplishment for beating the game. You know, I think to get Sprinter, maybe you have to beat the game in under 8 hours? Maybe? Well, we're going to beat it under 4, so we're going to definitely get that.
It has to be different.
Well, I think I already got it in the past, so you may not see me get it, but we would have got it. But we're definitely going to go for that wolf tail, which I've never had before. I don't know how well it works. I don't know if it's worth it. And it's funny, because when you go through the challenges, I don't even think it lists the wolf tail in there anywhere as something you can earn.
So all of this, removing the parasite.
I had to learn about it through the internet.
Yeah, we're alive. Thanks to him.
And again, you could probably unlock that wolf tail and a whole slew of other things if you were just to get an S+ on like professional mode. You'd like unlock a ton of stuff. But I kind of like going through the game in layers. You know, beating it on assisted S+ to unlock that wolf tail. And that way I can use the wolf tail next time, making it a little easier for me. Because I kind of like to sprawl out and enjoy these playthroughs. And again, if there's any kind of challenge you want me to do next, that you want me to cover in a video, let me know in the comments as I take out this bug. If there's any other games you want me to play, let me know in the comments. If you have any feedback, I'd love to hear it, good and bad. I think that's the last bug of the game. Well, there are bugs during the Sadler fight, but I'm going to try and rocket launch him into oblivion so I don't have to deal with it. Got the final merchant here. Pick up some gold out of this treasure chest. Will I be able to get another rocket launcher? Nine minutes. Technically, 8 minutes and change. That's all I got. And we still got to fight Sadler, and then we have a an action movie jet ski escape part I have to go through.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
There is a rocket launcher. I just need a little more money.
I assure you. Not bad.
That should be our key to victory, folks.
Might want to take care. Welcome. Suit yourselves.
Leon, look! Is that...
Stay here.
There he goes, one hit with the launcher, but there is a second stage where I'm just going to unload on him with anything I got left until Ada tosses me her rocket launcher, dodging these attacks along the way.
It's not me. It's you.
Use this!
Alright, the special red rocket launcher, here we go. Can you imagine if I missed? Alright, that's it. 2 minutes 39 seconds until the end. Now, like I said, there is a, there's like a jet ski escape you have to play through. Should be pretty easy on assisted mode. You should have plenty of health in your jet ski. But I think on like hardcore, you really gotta be careful not to get hit when you're jet skiing away. And Ashley can still move pretty quick in that armor. Seeing all these Ganados writhing in pain after the death of Sadler is a new touch that was not in the original, but it's pretty cool that they put that in here. I'm excited to eventually play Separate Ways because I want to see how much more lore they add to it. And if Wesker is much more integrated. Alright, here we are, the last section that we have any control over. Folks, this has been a pleasure. It's been a learning experience. If you stayed with me throughout the whole thing, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you will subscribe to my channel, Unboxer of Worlds. I hope you'll hit the like button, leave some comments, join me on social media, which I barely use, but whatever. And hopefully we can do this again sometime. And I hope this video helps you. So, we're going to find out at the end if we get that wolf tail. We can beat this thing in under 4 hours. And, you know, this is just a fantastic game. Remake or no, Resident Evil 4 is an absolute classic. And they really did it justice with this remake. They could have messed it up, folks, but they didn't. They really nailed the landing. Stuck the landing. Listen to this badass music. And that, as they say, is that. Let's see what the final time is. Again, folks, it's been a pleasure. Unboxer of Worlds here. Thanks for watching. Hit that subscribe button. $354 S Plus. We got there, folks. We got there. Took us right to the almost right to the end of the line there, but we did it. Now we're just going to check and make sure we got that wolf tail. Look at that. The wolf tail. We got it, folks. All sorts of extra melee badassness next time we play. Unboxer of Worlds here, folks. I hope to hear from you again. I hope you'll check out my content. And until next time, we'll catch you later.